Welcome into another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, beautiful people. Happy Thursday. How's everyone feeling tonight? I know it might take y'all a few minutes to get here, so I'm just going to sit here and shuffle this deck for a minute. Try and tap in y'all's energy. See what's been going on with y'all since yesterday when I saw y'all. I know some of y'all been, got love on the brain again. Hi, Bonnie. How you doing, sweetheart? How's life treating you, honey? Let's see. You know, I got a new tarot deck. I'm just not sure if I like it. At least not for me. Hi, Moonfox Knight. How you doing, sweetheart? Hi, Hans. I'm gravy, baby. Thank you for asking how you doing. So, what's going on with y'all? I feel like some of y'all are questioning a connection y'all are in, or maybe wanting to be in. Yes, it is Memorial Day weekend. I can't believe we're almost through almost half the year. Seems like it's gone by really fast. Hi, Eternal. Oh, well, I'm glad you did, honey. I know, we all gotta work. Alright. I just want to pull a few cards from this. I want to see what's in the rest of y'all's energy that I'm tapping into. Wow. Here we go again. Some of y'all are trying to find balance in y'all's lives right now, I feel. And some of this even concerns a relationship, which it's crazy because my tarot I pulled out for y'all tonight concerns like a love connection here. Like I feel like some of y'all are, you know, looking for forgiveness or needing an apology from someone else. Like there's been a break in communication, a separation of some kind. Hi, Corey. Oh, geez. Yeah, you got that nasty weather going on up there, Shelby. Y'all can keep that. I feel like y'all want this connection to be recognized by this other person. I feel like y'all need like some type of validation. And you want this person to pay more attention to this connection. Like maybe you feel like you're being left out by them. Like they're not giving enough to it. This could also be you. Trying to find a new job. Well, I know you've been trying to find a job for a while, girlfriend. Where else you been looking? Evaluating. Evaluating y'all's connection with this person. Feels like maybe sometimes they give, and some other times maybe they don't, or this is you. Like I feel like a push and pull relationship. Drawing and just being lazy and not doing anything. Well, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, Shelby. I think we all should do that sometime. Like I've been wanting to put my time into writing some more poetry, and I just don't ever seem to have the time. Like by the time I'm done with this, you know, it's time to go to bed and get some sleep. And then when I have those days off, I'm too drained. So I end up sleeping most time. Y'all are spending time alone, I feel. Which I do feel like there's a break in this connection. I don't feel like, you know, maybe there was once more happiness and the connection felt stronger, but I don't feel like there's this connection's as strong as it once was, or as what you all would like it to be. Ooh, that sounds like fun, Shelby. Explore your artistic side. You know, it's crazy beautiful. I just ordered a deck that has to do with creativity. So hopefully it'll be here soon. Alright. Enough of that. I'm not just taking that energy too long. Yeah, especially when it gets cold. I don't want to be out in it either. And it doesn't help my back at all either. Hi, beautiful Judith. Alright, honey. Well, I'm happy you stopped in to say hi to me, girlfriend. I always love seeing you, Judith. You know I miss you when you're not here. Even sometimes when you're over there in the background, you say you're leaving, but you're actually in the background cooking and lurking. So what you cooking us for dinner tonight, Judith? You going to cook real quick and then going to bed? Or did you already eat? Yep, y'all are afraid of this connection. Hello, Mustafa. You're fasting tonight? Darn. I was hoping you were going to tell me you were cooking me something good, honey. Well, sweet dreams to you, honey. Have a good night. Alright. I haven't pulled out this deck in a minute. So let's get into keywords. What are the keywords, Spirit? See if some other energy comes out in this. Hello, Guadalupe. Nope. Y'all still talking about this romantic connection. Because the first keyword I get is bed. Ooh, intimate times, restful slumber, deep personal connection. Polymorous, big family, co-sleeping, retreating from the world, home security, dreaming, sleep. And I even have home at the bottom of this deck. So, I get for some of y'all, this connection seems to be strong enough to where I feel like this person feels like your safety net. Like, I feel like they feel to you, in your eyes, they feel like home. You know, a place, you know, home away from home is what I'm picking up. Especially with that bed. Yeah, y'all wish y'all was sleeping in our house, I feel. On me, y'all. The next one comes out as kite. Situation, blowing in, fragile, pretty, tangled, reminders. Yeah, I feel like some of y'all feel like this situation is kind of getting out of hand. I feel like y'all are like losing y'all's grip on it. It's not coming together the way you want it to, or what you had intended. Like, I get an energy of someone who's wanting something more, but I feel like you're also afraid of it at the same time. So, anything else, Spirit? Like outside of this romantic connection? Or is this all that the collective wants to talk about tonight? Like, anything else? I'm gonna pull one more card, see. if it keeps going into that direction, I'm going to pull out my other spiritual symbols real quick. All right, Spirit. Oh, yeah. Cake is the next keyword. Festive, caution, slippery situation, birthday party, really, butt curvy, something delicious, happening reward, having your cake and eating it too. I mean, for some of us, like here in the U.S., I mean, this is Memorial Weekend, so that's a festive weekend, because I know a lot of cities have their parades to honor the fallen, but I don't feel like this is what this is. This is like you wanting to celebrate a reunion with this person, or wanting things to go to the next level. So this is what I'm getting. I'm still getting like you want more from this connection, but maybe the other person doesn't want to give it to you. I don't know. I'm getting out of this now. Okay. All right, Judith. I understand, honey. Spiritual symbols. Real quickly. Let's see what Spirit wants to bring out in this. Hi, Bob. How you doing, baby? You here to whack-a-troll? Play whack-a-troll, Bob? No, Spirit, you're not going to give me this whole deck. Oh, and Moon Fox. I think I got a deck over here you might like, girlfriend. It might speak to you. Because it's on painting landscapes. And I know you like to draw and paint, so it might speak to you, girlfriend. It's a tarot deck. Alright, Spirit. Spiritual symbols. What's going on? Hi, Gnostic. How you doing, baby? Okay, Judith. Sounds good, beautiful. Well, hopefully you'll sleep through the night, honey. All right, Spirit. First one up. Cross. Communication from spirit realm. Positive life fulfillment. Faith, joy, sense, enlightenment, completion. And, you know, yesterday, I know the overall theme of last night's reading, you know, is relating to the High Priestess. And the High Priestess is all about the connectivity to the other side. Like the way I describe the High Priestess is someone who has one foot here in the physical and the other foot in the spiritual. And so, and I've, you know, told y'all yesterday to trust y'all's intuition. Like, I feel like a lot of y'all aren't listening to what Spirit's trying to guide you towards or trying to answer your questions, giving you messages, but it seems like it's too good to be true, or it might be so far-fetched. I feel like this is Spirit coming back in and saying again, it's time to listen. Listen to what they're directing you towards. Even if it's hard to hear the truth, I feel like you got to listen to it. They're trying to help you here. Hey, Gnostic, you know me, baby. I'm gravy. I'm always gravy, baby. I'm so gravy, I can get myself dirty with what I'm wearing. That didn't even sound right. Hi, Sunnyland. How you doing, beautiful? Oh no, Gnostic, that's not good. Oh, hello, Days Romero. Oh, really, Spirit? I mean, I guess Spirit thinks y'all getting too involved with me, apparently. Becoming too nosy, because I pulled out tarot cards. Getting too involved with others. Nosy, unfulfilled in life choices. Fear of unknown. Feeling disconnected. Worrying about the future. Tarot cards. So, maybe Spirit feels like y'all getting a little too nosy. Which, you know, this ain't for everybody, y'all. But y'all also know that, like me, I don't read third party. But some people come in here and ask third party questions. That's what I talk about, getting too nosy. Well, trust what comes out, Shelby. That's funny. There you go. I mean, Spirit must be talking about you, Shelby, right here. That was truly divine intervention. So trust it, girlfriend. Whatever comes out. Alright, Spirit. What else? I'm gonna pull a couple more. And then I'm gonna get into the tarot cards I pulled for y'all. And a few spirit messages that I pulled from the tick I used last night. Lantern. Following the path least traveled. Good advice is coming to you to assist. Overcome worries and challenges ahead. So, like, I feel like Spirit's trying to light the way again. This is still drawing me back to the High Priestess energy. You know, you being connected, trusting your psychic hits, the downloads you're getting, whether you're aware of them, it could be happening while you're awake or even in your sleep, in your dreams, and you just may not be aware of it in your sleep because maybe either you don't remember your dreams, but you might have a situation that comes about like, you go out about your day and something happens and it seems like, wait a minute, I was already, here. Like I did this already, but you've never been to that place before. But it's like suddenly it seems like you're reliving it. That would be like Spirit trying to get your attention right there. They're trying to light the way. So again, beautiful people, listen, even though it might be hard to hear sometimes. One more, Spirit. Neptune. Youthful illusions, abstracts, thoughts. Be reactive and proactive in problem solving. Think outside the box. Gut instincts. Fluid. Yeah, I feel like this is like Spirit saying again, trust your gut instincts. Be proactive and go outside the box. Like Spirit's trying to light your way. As crazy as it may sound, think outside that box right here, okay? Trust your gut instincts. Don't ignore them. But you may want to be careful. Don't take too many risks because you might get hurt. So walk with caution is my advice. All right. Let me put this up, beautiful people. Oh, so my beautiful people, y'all want to talk about love again, because that's what Spirit had me pull out. And it's crazy because I woke up this morning. I had one song playing in my head, and it played on repeat as soon as I opened my eyes, because my cat Wolfie woke me up again. But then after that song like played in my head, a second song came back in. And it's an older song. It's from the 80s, in case some of y'all are young. Y'all may not know this song. I don't know. You can look it up. Um, it's by that group, Roxette, called Listen to Your Heart. So I feel like Spirit's trying to get you to listen to your heart. You know, this connection y'all are in, y'all are trying to make, y'all are trying to work on, trying to reconcile. You know, maybe this person's missing you as much as you're missing them. Maybe they want the same things finally now that maybe they weren't willing to give back then. You know, do you feel like they're calling out to you? Do you feel like their heart, their soul is trying to reach out to you? But maybe they're just hesitant to pick up that phone, you know, because they're afraid you're going to reject them. You know, you're not going to give them another shot. You know, it feels like it's all around this energy right now. Shelby. You know. I know, girlfriend, but you know this is a general collective. So you know this is the strongest energies that I pick up on. Because you know I can't read for everybody in this collective. So it's the strongest energies that come forward. So, just a side note for y'all. First messages I got from one of them decks I used yesterday, just for spirit guide messages. First one is, Spirit wants to remind you, clear your mental and physical clutter. You will feel so much better. And this again feels like Eight of Swords to me. This is the Eight of Swords energy of getting lost in your thoughts, feeling trapped, feel like you have no way out. You keep doubting yourself, even doubting spirit. It's the energy of feeling like, you know, you're cornered and you're only going to see the worst of the outcome of possibilities instead of looking towards, you know, optimistic, being optimistic towards things going better. But you're always going to think the worst. So because you think the worst, this leaves you in that trapped anxiety mindset to where you're not even able to see clearly. So clear out your mental clutter, beautiful people. The next one is, Spirit wants to remind you, stay present, live in the moment, live in the here and now. Stay present. That's where life happens. So stay present, beautiful people. It's like I tell y'all, you can't worry about yesterday. You can't worry about what happened a week ago unless somehow it still plays a major factor in today, you know. But, you know, most times it doesn't. And even if it does, it's like you can't control what happened back then. It's over and done with. You can only handle and control what's going on in the here and now, how it's affecting the here and now, not how it affected yesterday or a week ago. That's done and over with. So be in the present, be in the here and now. Stop focusing too much on the past, because that will also leave you stuck. Y'all don't want to get stuck in the past. Y'all want to live in the here and now. Like the card says, that's where life happens. Because the next one says, that Spirit wants to remind y'all of, no one said this whole life thing was a race. It's okay to slow down. It's not a race, beautiful people. That's why, you know, I feel like sometimes we get so carried away taking life for granted. We always think that something's going to always be there, you know, and so we may put things off. We might even put people off, you know, who are wanting to connect with us or reach out to us, you know. But because we think we have more time, we kind of put them to the side and focus on something else that seems to take more priority in our life at the time. You know, beautiful people, slow down, try and give other people that time. You know, just as much as you would want them to give your time, give their time to you, give them some time. You know, even if it's only 5-10 minutes out of the day, you know, just say, hey, I was thinking about you. How you doing? Just to let them know that you are thinking of them. Otherwise, that's where those connections start to break apart. So be appreciative, be grateful, live in the here and now. This is where all the good things happen and come together. And the last one here is, your life is so special. Treat it with loving care. So treat it with loving care. You are special. Your life is special. It matters. Even if it may not seem like it matters to other people, but it matters to you, or at least it should. So make it worth something that's special to you. Doesn't have to be special to others, but it's special to you. Because it comes down to you loving yourself and feeling that special, about yourself. Knowing that you are unique. You're not like anyone else out there. So be in that energy. I'm not telling you to get arrogant, build up this big, huge ego, but you are special in your own unique ways. Enjoy that energy, blossom in it, grow in it. That's where a lot of that positive light and love comes out. And that's what people tend to come in and be attracted to. All right, beautiful people. So again, like I said, many of y'all thinking about love. This may not apply to everybody. Some of y'all aren't thinking about love, but hey, don't shoot the messenger because I can't read for everybody. This is why this is a general collective. Take what resonates, leave behind the rest. But if something don't fit or resonate, don't force it to fit. And messages may not resonate for you tonight. Well, maybe it's not your reading. It's not meant for you tonight, but it doesn't mean it couldn't be true down the road. If you should ever feel called to this reading again, it'll be here for y'all to watch it. So, again, like I said, y'all are like thinking about this connection. Because I get the Two of Cups down here. Right here, starting off. Two of Cups. So this is like a soulmate, twin flame type connection. And, this is y'all's recent past energy. Like, I get a Six of Cups energy with this. This could be someone from your past where this connection was, where this brought you a lot of happiness. But for most of y'all, I feel like this is someone that's still very much in your energy now. And, you've been thinking about them a lot, with this Six of Cups. Because Six of Cups can also be nostalgia. Having, thinking about and reminiscing about, happier times, memories you've made. Those types of feelings. So I feel like this person is very much on your mind. I feel like you can't even stop thinking about them. They seem to be constant. And I feel like now y'all are kind of like lost because I get the energy in y'all's presence. You want a partnership with this person. You want, this Three of Pentacles is all about collaboration and partnership. So you want to build something with this person. You're even excited, there's enthusiasm. Like, I feel like for some of y'all, this person, just the thought of them makes your heart flutter. Like they take your breath away, because here you are, this Knight of Wands energy, passionate, wanting to charge towards them, willing to give them, your all is what I feel. But I feel like maybe someone else isn't willing just yet. Maybe they're trying to take a break, maybe it's too much for them right now. Or maybe, you feel like it's too much for, you. And maybe this is you in this Four of Swords energy trying to take a break from this connection. Like there's been a gap somewhere in this connection where like I feel like one person is wanting something, the other one may not be as willing. But, I feel like there's something else going on deeper underneath. That has maybe caused this break or this separation. Like someone chose saying, I want to, try something else or do something else. And then the other person got left behind. And so now that person is like Four of Swords energy. Like, you know what? I'm taking a break. I'm leaving my heart on the shelf. And, if, I feel, like putting my heart back together because maybe you hurt them or maybe they hurt you. Maybe they'll give it a shot then. But right now, someone's taking a break. Like, I feel like this is like a separation. Because in the center, here it is again, Four of Swords. This is in the center, and this is the core of the energy that's surrounding this Two of Cups, and even the Four of Pentacles. You know, Four of Pentacles is that type of energy. Like someone's giving more than receiving. Whether that's monetary, that's their time, attention, their love, and maybe the other isn't giving as much. You know, it feels like just a teeter-totter is what I'm getting from some of y'all. So, you know, I feel like maybe now you're wanting to maybe give them their space, but I feel like something's going to shift here because I get the Wheel of Fortune with it. So there's a shifting of energy. Like maybe this person's ready to finally give you more of themselves than what they had been in the past, or vice versa. Place it how it fits. Because there's excitement here of, you know, them looking at you as the prize, or you look at them as the prize. With this Three of Wands energy, you're excited. You're looking at the over the sunset, the horizon, thinking of the future, you know, and you know what can come from this. But like I said, beautiful people, some of y'all are feeling left out in the cold. Some of y'all feel like this person isn't giving enough, or maybe you're not giving enough. Because in the challenge and outcome, which this is the obstacle, Queen of Pentacles, upside down. This Queen of Pentacles, when you think of the Queen of Pentacles, think of like your mother or your grandmother. You know, they're very nurturing, they're stable, they're secure. They've already, you know, lived their life pretty much, you know, had their family, you know, are set in their career, got a home. They're that loving, nurturing person who, you know, you think of like, you know, you go and stay at your best friend's house and just say you suddenly get sick. Well, guess what? Your best friend mama is in the kitchen trying to make you something to eat, you know, some soup or something to comfort you. They'd be the ones that want to bring you a blanket when you're cold. That type of loving, nurturing, attentive energy. So, but what I feel like, again, as Spirit's confirming to me here, because someone's not giving that. Someone wants that, but the other isn't giving that. And it's being confirmed again by this Four of Pentacles. You see how, like, she's holding, you know, onto her coins, like she's not wanting to give anything. She's being very selective. Maybe this person is being selective about what they give to you. Or maybe you're being selective about what you give to them. You know, it could even be an energy of, like I said, maybe there was a lack of communication somewhere, some type of misunderstanding. Or maybe, you know, they didn't think you were as serious about them as, you know, you are. Like you either didn't say you were serious about them, or you went through and said, listen, I'm not looking for anything serious right now. I'm not trying to get tied down. But now you're regretting it. Because you're obviously missing this person and you're wanting more and you're realizing, you know, like the saying goes, you don't know what you got till it's gone. That kind of energy. That's what's happening here now. So what's going to come of this? Well, you got a decision to make. You know, I feel like this person is worth fighting for, but I feel like you're going to have to put forth the effort. Like, you know, you might have to swallow your pride even and be the one to approach them, to tell them what you want. Because you're going to have to make a decision because you're like in this stalemate right now with this Two of Swords. Two of Swords is stalemate. You're being on the fence. You're torn. Which way do you go? Do you go ahead and, you know, reach out to this person, try and put things back together, work on this connection? Or do you just finally say, you know, I gave it what I had, but I can't do anymore and walk away? Choice is up to you. But I feel like for most of y'all, you're going to choose to invest in this connection because you see the world with this person. Like, I feel like you can see your whole future lay out in front of you. You may not want to admit this to this person, but that's what some of y'all are feeling. You see them as your world. They're the center of your world. And Spirit's showing me you really want that opportunity to build something new again with them. Reconcile with them, strengthen this connection, work on it, work things out, have those conversations. But it's going to take effort. And Spirit's advice, well, You're going to have to show up as this King of Cups. King of Cups, being mature. Be willing to not just use your head and not think with your head, but think with your heart. And be willing to be vulnerable with this person. Like, speak to this person, tell them the things that maybe you were afraid to say to them before. Maybe this is your opportunity now to really tell them how you feel. Like, man, you know, like, listen, I mean, I have stronger feelings for you than I thought I would, you know, but it was just unexpected. I wasn't expecting you to suddenly just drop in my life, and I wasn't ready for you kind of energy. Tell them whatever is on your heart. This person needs to hear it. They need to know you're serious. Because I see you're serious. Here's the Lovers. You really want this. Again, you want this union. This feels like a soulmate type union. Spirit saying, if you're willing to take that chance, you will be victorious with the 6 of Wands. Victory and success. So, why not try and give it one last shot? Reach out to the person. Tell them how you feel, what you're thinking. If you were afraid, I mean, if you're afraid of getting close to this person, tell them that. Tell them that you're afraid. You know, but they don't know until you tell them. So they can understand what's going on in your head. Because just as much as, you know, you may hope and believe that they can read your mind, they can't. Just like you can't read their mind. So how is anyone going to know until you speak up and be honest with them? And by being honest with them, that's also being honest with yourself. Is it scary? Sure. Yeah, I get that. I get there's fear of rejection too, but I feel like y'all really want this though. Because I even pulled cards from one of my love oracles. And like, I feel like someone's pretending. Like, this whole energy is, I don't react when people mention you. So I feel like this person's really trying to hide how they feel about you, or you're trying to hide how you feel about them whenever their name comes up. It's like, you know, you don't want anyone to know that, you know, someone's kind of got you hooked. And, you know, maybe for some of y'all, you feel like this was just a karmic lesson you were meant to go through, and it's not worth pursuing anymore. Or maybe this is how they feel. Because the next one I get is, I am grateful for the spiritual lesson. Maybe there was a lesson to be learned in this connection. Just it's suddenly coming out of the blue. But for most of y'all, I really don't get that. And I feel like this is only for like a select few of you who feel this way. Most of y'all feel like this is really how you feel. It was my fault, and I blamed you. And this is the overall energy in this connection. Because, again, like I said, y'all look at them like they are your world. Like, you see your world in their eyes. You know, they're your world. Because they are like the best thing that have ever happened to you in your life. That's how I see. This is what Spirit's showing me. So y'all going to try and get close to this connection again. Give it a shot. I mean, I could pull a couple cards here. I feel like for some of y'all, though, you see it as it was wrong timing. Like, maybe if it was a different time, you would invest more in this, or maybe they would. So, but I feel like this person's haunting you. I feel like every single time someone mentions their name, or you hear it, it seems like you keep hearing their name out somewhere. Yeah. This is how y'all feel. I can't make this up. Spirit just confirmed it. I've been feeling the urge to share my feelings with you before it's too late. So, I think it's time. Tell this person how you feel. Tell them what's in your heart. You know, they need to hear it. You know, clarity's everything. Give them that clarity. Because I feel like this person's going to forever be in your heart. No matter what happens. I feel like they've made a major imprint. An impression in your life. That you're not going to be able to forget them. No matter how hard you try. And I feel like that's why you're being haunted by just their name being mentioned. Seems like you hear their name out everywhere. Or you see them in other people is what I'm getting. So, all right, beautiful people. So, for the oracle cards, let's see. The other ones are from the guys of the hidden realms, holding space for love. And it says, you may be having an experience meant to teach you a lesson that you thought you'd already learned. It's causing you to feel like you're retracing your steps, but you are truly progressing, moving forward, like a dancer on a spiral staircase. Along the way, you learn how to love and accept yourself and then are better able to hold space for others. Now you're being asked to observe a person or situation with an open, loving heart, releasing the need to judge or fix. It's more important now to understand them than for you to express your perspective. Can you slow down and listen deeply with your heart rather than your head? Drop the lens of the past and see through compassionate eyes. Listen between the lines to what's not being said in words, but what may be expressed in a more subtle way. Allow things to be as they are and still be willing to move forward, to explore and learn, and let curiosity lead the way. You're in a beautiful place right now, so love the imperfections you're gifted with. It will set everyone free. And you know, beautiful people, sometimes it's better, instead of trying to always be the one to express yourself, also allow the other person to express what's on their mind, what's on their heart. You know, maybe have you not given that person an opportunity to speak, you know, to tell you, you know, how they think, where they stand. Um, or maybe it's just a matter of just observing, you know, what it is they do and what it is maybe they don't do. And that could tell you even more. Sometimes, you know, it's like it's just a matter of, you know, being quiet for a minute. And instead of wanting to fix or wanting to engage, just watch and see. You never know. Some things might surprise you in that. Because I see again, like, y'all in y'all's heads, y'all, you know, the men, either y'all are thinking about this woman and y'all see her potential, you know, what she can bring to your life, or this is y'all, ladies, y'all thinking too much, overthinking, you know, not allowing the other person to express, you know, and not leading with your heart. So Spirit's saying, it's time to be strong, be brave, you know, allow this person to step forward. You know, you approach them, reach out to them, you know, tell them what's on your heart. You know, if you feel like you made a mistake or messed up, okay. That's being mature. That's being grown up. That's saying, listen, you know, like that one card I pulled, I blamed you. It was my fault, but I blamed you. My bad. I recognize that now, and I'm sorry. That can go a long way. Just by being in the strength card, knowing you can do that. And that'll give that other person probably a greater response to what else you have to say to them. Because maybe that's what they need to hear, is that, you know, they did nothing wrong, but maybe you made them feel like you did something wrong, or maybe the roles reversed. Place it how it fits, y'all. It's going to be different for every single one of y'all. And then the angel card I pulled for y'all is Michael, clearing the way. This is a time of great change. Know that all the roadblocks and challenges you have been facing are part of a great shift that is unfolding in your life. All aspects of your world that are not in alignment with your highest good are being cleared away so that you can stand in your truth once and for all. Trust in this unfolding. And the positive affirmation here is, thank you, Michael, for clearing the road to my highest truth. Thank you, Michael, for clearing the road to my highest truth. So look to the Archangel Michael. Yes, he does, Catherine. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people. For the general collective reading again, take what resonated, leave behind the rest. If some don't fit, don't force it to fit. It'll be behind for the people it's meant for. But you might be drawn back to this reading sometime in the future, and I might speak to you then. Oh, thank you, Catherine. How you doing, beautiful? So, my beautiful Shelby, if you're still here, I don't know if you are, but I used a few of those cards from this new deck, and well, here's the strength card. So it's like landscapes. This is by an artist who painted this, and they're different landscapes. It might speak to you, beautiful, because you're an artist. And Finn, it might speak to you too, baby, if you're here. Oh, that's awesome, Catherine. Oh, you seeing it? That's awesome, Catherine. I'm happy to hear that, honey. Hi, hugger, greeter. It's been a while, beautiful. How you doing? Hi, Sunnyland. Who else is here? Hello, Dawn. MB Lopes. How you doing, honey? Hey, Shane. So, yeah, Shelby, in case you're curious, this came in my, I got that deck subscription to Hay House. So this is what it is. It might speak to you, beautiful. If I get a chance, I might do a live or a video maybe in a week, and I can go and show you all the cards in this deck so you can take a close look at it before you decide if it's something you want to have, honey. Like I said, I mean, I'm trying to play with it and see if this deck will speak to me more. But it made me think of you. It made me think of Finn and a couple other people who I know are artists, where this would be more like y'all's point of view, how y'all see them. They're beautiful, Shelby. It's just that even though I'm a writer, you know, like I write poetry, I'm not an artist. So it's like, here's an example. Here's the Magician, Shelby. You know, and I'm sure you remember the Magician. You know, does that speak magician to you? So, you know, it's like I look at some of these cards and it's like, okay, I can understand it to a point. But some of them I'm like, wait a minute. Like, how does this speak magician? So, I don't know. It's mixed. Like, I can see using the major arcana just for like a general overall theme. You know, if you just want to, you know, instead of just doing like a general read, you know, see whatever comes out, you know, at least you have a direction being pointed in where people will use like just the major arcana, like spirit, give me the overall general theme, which is what I try and do with y'all, with the general collective. You know, I could see it being used for that, but to use it throughout a whole reading, I don't know, beautiful. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a painter. I don't draw. I write, yeah, but so it might speak to you. It may not. Hi, Moonchild. But I'll do, you know, for you, Shelby, and for like Finn. And I know there's like one or two other people out there who draw or paint. Eric's another one. Um, it might speak to y'all. It's pretty. I mean, the images are pretty. Don't get me wrong. The images are pretty. But as a tarot deck, I don't know. I gotta mess with it some more. Right. You see what I mean? You know, I could see how that card would confuse people like magician. Like, huh? I'm confused. So, wait and see, beautiful. Because I know I'm meaning to make some videos on some of my decks that I have. So, that's on my forever long to-do list. What's that, Bob? No, I'm sorry to hear that, nobody. Edgar, I'm sorry, honey. I think we all go through that, sweetheart. And Hugger, yeah, beautiful. I don't have politics in here. It just brings the energy down. And I'm not into politics, truthfully. So, I try and keep politics out of this stream. I know there's other readers who get into politics. I'm just not one of them. Wow, Shelby. See, and that'd be one I'd want to see. I'd be curious to know what she comes up with. I wish I had that artistic talent to draw, but I just don't. Like, once upon a time, like, if I had stuck with it, maybe when I was a kid, like, I could have drawn the Roadrunner. Something like that, but painting and drawing, just like a landscape, yeah. I can't do none of that. Okay, Hugger. Yeah, honey, I don't get into the politics thing. Hello, Ozzy girl. How you doing, sweetheart? Ouch. I gotta take my medicine. Of course I did. Hi, Mark. I gotta run and grab my medicine from the other room, y'all. I'll be right back. Oh, so how y'all doing tonight? Well, that's awesome, Aussie girl. Do you just do it for a hobby? No, Catherine, I've never heard of it, sweetheart. What kind of music is it? Well, that's awesome, Aussie girl. Aw. Well, I'm glad you got to see him, Moonchild. Yes, it does, Sunnyland. Absolutely. I appreciate art. I love it. Like, I wish someone would, like, paint me a, an ocean view with a mermaid on it that I can hang on my wall. Hi, Daphne. How you doing, beautiful? How's everything going with you, girlfriend? Yeah, hugger. I also love the poems that rhyme, and that's how I normally write. It's just, I like the flow of poems that rhyme. I did write a poem not that long ago. So, I have to look at it again. Read over it again. I know someone asked me to share it, but I don't know. Well, are things getting better with you, Daphne? Oh no, Moonchild. That would have been pretty. Yes, Bob, by the seashore. It is hugger greeter, because I'm a Pisces too, honey. And you know, it's like music. Music's the, it's that universal language we all can understand. Oh, crap. Oops. Forgot again. Oh, well. Life gets busy. Is it, hugger? Aw. Well, she has a beautiful name. The title is actually Run. Okay, Catherine. I'll try and remember that beautiful and listen to it. I like a little bit of country. Hello, Matt. How you doing? Well, Daphne, you know, beautiful. You can't stop him from doing that. If he still has rights to your baby, he's allowed to do that until, you know, the judge tells him differently. But hi, Michael Ellis. Some weapons of mass destruction, love, faith, good communication skills. You're talking about the good weapons of mass destruction? Okay, you know, you're right. You know, we're not going to get into that religion conversation, sweetheart, but let's get something clear. You know, I know that some people believe in Jesus and some don't. And, you know, I created this stream because I wanted everyone to feel welcome here, no matter their religion. So if others don't agree with your faith and your belief, you know, that's why we leave religion out of this. And I try myself to keep religion out of my stream, even by me talking about it as much as possible, because I don't want to trample on other people's beliefs. Unless someone outright asks me a specific question and it somehow relates, I keep religion out of it. Because I welcome all people of all religious faiths. As long as their religion doesn't hurt people or animals, I don't have a problem with it. And you know, Jesus is one of the most well-known figures known to man in history. So either people are receptive to that or they're not. But, you know, I don't feel like people need to be told what you just said in here, honey. Okay? People that want to believe that, allow them to. The ones who don't force it down their throat. Some people don't want to hear it, you know, and that's not what this stream's about. Be respectful of other people's beliefs that don't align with yours. Because I get different people in here from different faiths. Understand me. Many different faiths come to me. So, and I'm welcoming to them all. Well, I'm glad you agree, Hugger. I just think it's just the, you know, most respectful and responsible thing to do. Especially me, you know, running a channel. I don't want people to feel like they don't feel like they belong or they're not welcome. I never want anyone to feel that way. I just don't want people to shove their beliefs down other people's throats. You know, it's one thing y'all ask me, okay? Y'all are asking me, but, you know, it's completely different if you just come here and drop a random comment. It just doesn't even sit right with me. Hey, I love that, Shelby. Hello, Jacob. Well, if I don't have any paid readings right now, believe it or not, Couch Potato got off the couch and actually did make a roast. So, oh, that's funny. Hi, Tramika. Couch. Hello, Jacob. Yeah, he actually did get up and move, I know. Oh, you're so funny. Hello, Mirage. Freedom of will and freedom of speech. Yes, Mirage. That's true. But and I respect other people's freedom of speech, but just don't do it in my stream. I got some rules here. Hi, Diane. Oh, well, that's good, Hugger. Trust me, I understand. I've had people trying to do the same thing to me. Hello, Ashley, Paul. Like, I just don't... if people knew how to operate YouTube, they would know that there's a caption, a title, and my title would tell you what kind of channel this is. So why they would think to come in here and drop, their religious beliefs is beyond me. Or why they think I would allow it. Oh, Catherine. I'm sure he's probably thinking a lot of things. I mean, well, I can't say he actually complimented me. He complimented my dress. Yeah, I agree, Shelby. Some do think that way. It's like I say, it's like even my own family, the ones who are deeply religious, they know what I do. And they don't try and shove their religion down my throat, or try and get me to go to church. They understand that though I might, follow their faith, I don't feel a need to have to go to church because them themselves wouldn't go into a church and be like, well, I don't necessarily agree with this. I'm conflicted with this, or as my brother's now doing, he tells me it's like, I don't see anything wrong with what you're doing. You're not hurting people. It's your life. Thank you. And he understands that I'm helping people. So, he might, Shelby. Who knows? You're so funny. Well, I can't tell you the last time that man's complimented me. It's been a while. So, he complimented my dress, said it was pretty. Okay. He didn't say I was pretty. He said the dress was pretty. But I reckon... Oh, yes, he's frisky. Is that what you think it is, Catherine? He's frisky, huh? You don't know what to do. And when I first put this dress on, I almost took it off. Because you want to know what song started playing in my head? For whatever reason, it made me think of it. That song you used to sing in like grade school. What's that one song about? we're going to go to the chapel and we're going to get married. It's like, oh God, no. Not having that. I wasn't even sure if this dress was going to fit me. I bought it like 5 years ago. And it's just been hanging in my closet. I'm serious. I'm just saying. That's exactly what I first thought when I put it on. It's like, no. No. Oh, and it's white and it's lace. I just thought it was a pretty dress when I saw it. It's like, okay. You know, I wasn't thinking anything else outside of it being a pretty dress. And it's like, well, you know, people say white looks good on me. So, I mean, it's not white white. I guess it's maybe more like an ivory white, but bells will be ringing. Oh, thank you, hugger greeter. Same to you, beautiful. It's good to see you, honey. Yeah, what's that song? That's like a Christmas song, Catherine. My necklace goes well with it. It brings it out. Well, thank you, Shelby. Yeah, I hear it playing in my head now. Yeah, you obviously can't type. You wouldn't be that lucky. And I ain't that desperate. So, yeah, I did. When I first put it on, it's like, oh, do I really want to wear this? But I was going to wear a black dress, but I just decided, nah, I'll put on my white one instead. Hi, Hershey. How you doing, honey? Hi, Larry. You know, and I think part of the reason why it made me think of, you know, getting married, because my other dress that I actually got married in is like part lace. So, black dress for Friday night with red pumps. Yeah, I need some red heels. That's what I do need. I need a pair of red and a pair of white ones now. I'm good, Larry. Thank you for asking. How you doing? You'll get there, Shelby. Be patient. I'm in Georgia. Okay, Shelby. Well, thank you for stopping in. Spend some time with us, honey. Have a good night. Oh, it's not an orb, honey. It's a bug flying around. Hello, Chopin. Trying to get by every day. So how you been, Hershey? It's been a minute, sweetheart. Yeah, I know this bug is white. I can't even tell you what it is. It looks like a mini moth. If I'd let Toby in here, he'd be over here trying to chase it down. You've been busy. Busy doing what, girlfriend? Hi, Karen. She wanted to play whack-a-troll, but she lost her wrench. I wonder if YouTube did that, honey. Because I know Viviani lost hers too. Like somebody said there was some kind of glitch. So, but I didn't take nobody's wrench away. But she lost her wrench and had to redo it. Oh, yeah, I got some new kittens over here too, Hershey. My mama cat's one of her babies got pregnant by the brother and just had kittens. So I got more kittens. I'm just like, oh, great. What do you mean, Catherine? Do I get messages on words that can't be said? Hello, Gregory. Jungle. What? I'm always happy. I don't know what you mean by that. They are. And Hershey, I got this white one that's a little terror. He's as sweet as can be. Very affectionate. But, like, he starts meowing if he's not getting attention. Oh, beautiful. I'll be giving them cats away. I'm not trying to sell them. Anybody wants a kitten, they can have them. I can't keep them. That's too much, like, just a cat litter alone is expensive. And I don't want to put them outside. Hello, Banana Boy. So, oh yes, Hershey. I'm an animal lover. And Wolfie, he's a lovable kitten. But he, like I said, he's very clingy, like a dog. Oh, yeah, Allie, you wouldn't be that lucky, and I ain't that desperate. You wouldn't know what to do with me if I gave you instructions or directions. So, see you, bye. It's been good. Catherine, yeah, I mean, there's some words that I try not to say. Like a lot of swear words I won't say because with YouTube, I will get in trouble. Um, so that's why, I don't allow anyone to cuss in here. And I don't cuss for that reason. And just like, it is with, saying certain words, like even images. You think of like some of the tarot cards, they can have some nudity on there. You're not supposed to show those either. Otherwise, you can get in trouble for that too. And that's because my channel's monetized. Oh, that's sweet, Jungle. Hi, Sean. Yeah, because Catherine, you got to think about it. Anyone can come across this stream and watch it, including, people underage. And it's the people underage that they're trying to, protect and watch out for. I don't know, Sean. What is it? What does your feeling feel? It felt so real of a dream. I don't know, Sean. Why don't you trust yourself? What does your intuition tell you about that dream? Is the person still alive? Um, or is it your subconscious hoping for something? It can mean many things. Yeah, Jody, I can say a lot of things. And I'm just going to report you now. Because you see, I don't put up with this nonsense. So, I hope you lose your account. See, I don't play. Anyone that wants to come here act a fool and say anything inappropriate, oh, I report you. So let me make myself perfectly clear right now. All right, Hershey. Well, thank you for stopping in and saying hi, honey. Blessings and positive vibes to you too, girlfriend. See you later. Brandon, what do you mean how many tarot decks do I use? I got more tarot decks than I can count with both hands and feet. It depends on what I'm doing. Depends on what spirit tells me to pull from. Hi, Chris. Yeah, eternal it is, but then you restrict a lot of others from watching it, and I'm not trying to chase people off either. I won't be doing that, not anytime soon. So, let the channel grow more. So, did you enjoy your stew? I bet it was good. And Brennan, that's good that you're getting back into it. Hi, John Morris. Yeah, Brandon, I got plenty of Rider-Waite decks, but ones that are actual classic Rider-Waite's. I got a few of those, but the only ones I have are, you know, other creators' own interpretation of the Rider-Waite. I also have a Lenormand, and I have a Kipper deck. The Marseille, it's alright. It doesn't speak to me. Oh, Karen. Well, I made a decision, beautiful. I'm going to wait a while before I do it. So, we got to get the channel at 10,000 subscribers. Then I'll enable the membership. Because by then I'll feel like, okay, it's worth putting that extra energy and effort into it in between streams to do more with it. Because I got some ideas of things I want to do, but that's going to take a lot more time and energy out of me. Catherine, I think I'm like, I'm either a 7 or 7.5. It depends. You're welcome, honey. Hi, Hawatha. How you doing, sweetheart? I'm good. How you doing? Hi, Cyril. Oh, really? Hmm. Nope. Let's see. And you just got reported for that comment. Thank you, Bob, for hiding him. That's good to hear, Hawatha. Well, I appreciate you, Karen, for that. Wanting to do that, honey. Oh, really, Catherine? Oh, I missed it, honey. And you know, Brandon, that's their intuition. That's why. You know, you got to understand that's like me. Um, you can't put every tarot reader into the same category because we're not all the same. We don't interpret the images the same. We don't read things the same. Um, like, it sounds like you more likely really go by what the book says and stick to that. Someone like me, I'm more of an intuitive reader and I tap into spirit. Like, I allow my spirit guides to come forward and give me the messages depending on what cards laid out and how they lay out and depending on the question that's being asked. Sometimes it could be the basic, meaning in the guidebook, but other times it might mean something completely different. So it just depends. So there are some readers who read intuitively, you know, like me. I don't ever look at the guidebook unless I have to, like the Kipper deck and the Lenormand deck, because I don't know that system. I'm kind of forced to have to really look at it. But normally, a regular tarot deck, I mean, I can look at it, all right, Three of Swords. Three of Swords means this, depending on what it lays out. Okay, what does Spirit say for that person? It might mean something different. It just depends. Brandon, I'll give you some advice, baby. Well, hello, Alex. Well, Alex, I give you nothing but love and credit, baby, for being willing to get up and walk outside. I know that can't be easy for you, honey. Well, thank you, Karen. And Brandon, what I'll say to you, baby, is this is what I tell most people um, who's getting to learn tarot. I would tell you to try, pull a card for you every day. I do it in the morning before you start your day. And keep a journal. Look at that card. Without looking in the guidebook, just look at that card. What speaks to you about the card? Look at the images. Write it down. Then go throughout your day. And at the end of your day, before you call it a night, look at that card again. And then write down, what do you think that card means based on your day? Like, how does it speak to you? And then look in the guidebook. Does the guidebook line up, or does the guidebook mean something different? It doesn't mean you're wrong, baby. So understand me. That's your intuition. How does that card speak to you? Does it kind of make sense and go with what your first impressions were and based on your day, or is it something completely different? And again, it's going to be big. For me, it's really based on each person, because one card can mean something one day for someone and then be completely different the following day for that same person. And it also is based on the question that's asked, so I don't apply the same meaning to the same card that lays it out. I mean, I can tell people the general meaning, but sometimes I step in, it's like, even though I know it means this by this guidebook, my spirit guides are saying it's this. Spirit says this, not that. That's how I play it out. It's what I pick up. It's what my intuition says. It's what the messages from my spirit guides tell me. So that's how you got to play it out. Well, start writing it down, baby. Get you a notebook. Get you like a 3-ring binder. Like a what you would use for school. You don't have to get anything fancy unless you want to. They do make tarot journal books out there, and I'll show you. I actually have one, and I haven't used it. I actually bought it for the spreads, not for the journal. Here's a fancy one, okay? And I haven't used this. I haven't written in it. I mostly bought it just for different spreads in it. I learn to open it. And it's a lot closure. But it shows where you can date it. And it gives you all the information and how you can fill it out. So, and there's some different spreads in there that I liked, that I wanted to use. So, Holly, this ain't your string. Don't tell me what to do. So, but you can just use a plain notebook. I've done that too in the past. Or if I just want to keep track of certain readings. Or if I'm just reading for myself, which I don't really do. I'm not one of those readers who reads for myself. I go to other readers. If I need a personal reading, I let someone else read for me. It's not that I won't read for myself. It's more so that, and it's not that I can't be neutral, because I know I can. I've shown that I can, and I'm able to. But I also, like to hear what someone else has to say. Are they coming up with the same thing I'm picking up, or what my intuition, what my spirit guides are telling me without me turning over cards? So that's why. You type way faster than writing. Well, baby, I mean, there's a place on, sure, on the computer you can keep like a note, diary, or journal. So type it up. Just store it. There's different ways. Testing before communicating. Okay. So, but that would be my advice. There's someone that I talk to often who wouldn't get into tarot if it wasn't for me, which I find funny. That person knows who they are. They would have said over the years that all tarot readers, they're full of it. Yeah, until they found me. So, and now they understand that it's not. At least I'm the real deal in their eyes. That's how they view me. So, they actually went and got themselves their own tarot deck. And so they've been using it here and there in some oracle decks too. And it's interesting because we'll talk and, Um, they even get to see some of my new decks when I get them before I use them on here. I've shown them some of the new decks, and it's interesting to have that conversation to get their thoughts. Exactly, Moonchild. You know how some people are, though. Hi, Lake. Hi, Sylvia. Yeah, my readings are $30 US. Catherine, I can, but I don't. I keep myself shielded from y'all's energy as much as possible. If not, I would get drained a lot quicker. So, especially when I'm trying to do a personal reading, I'm only focused on their energy. So I only open the door to their energy and not anyone else's. Otherwise, that can sometimes interfere with the energy too. And it's not to say that I still can't absorb some of y'all's energy in between it, but I try and keep it as sealed as much as possible. Hello, Sadiq. I'm good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Yeah, you're making a joke. See you, bye. Um, no, Karen, it's not hard for me to read for myself. I can. I just choose not to. And it's not that I won't, it's that I'd rather hear it from someone else. So, oh yeah, I did ask someone about that, Catherine. And they did say my eyes were lighter, but they said that my eyes still were bright. They could see the different color in my eyes. Yeah, they said instead of it being more of the mid color amber, they saw my eyes, they were more like a lighter amber. Or I think you could see more of the yellow in my eyes instead of the orange. Um, as far as my aura, they said they didn't see anything different. At least they didn't notice. Ali, I don't know what that means. I only speak English and I only read English. I mean, Catherine, it could have been. I don't know what you saw, beautiful. So I can't say what it is you saw. And I don't see auras, so I can't say that I would be able to see my own aura. But even if I was gifted to see auras, I wouldn't be able to see my own aura. People who can see auras, they can't see their own aura. They can only see everyone else's. Ali, this is not a channel for religion. Let's get that straight. No, Catherine, I can't say that I did. But I wasn't so focused on that because I was mostly focused on what we were talking about. And at that moment, I had no intentions on reading. We were supposed to have a conversation, about like what someone keeps trying to bring up with religion. I wasn't trying to read cards. So it's a different way of how I'm being with y'all. Um, but could someone have tried? I mean, I'm sure they, if they knew my shield was down or if it had been weakened, yeah, anyone could have tried. But that's why it's up to me to keep my shield strong around me at all times. My aura looks yellow to you tonight, Karen. Yeah, because my friend said that my aura looked to them the other night. They said it was like a pale baby pink, like a powder pink is how they described it. They said it was like a powdery pink, but there was like a line of white around me too. So, but when they see my aura, they always see it in like a turquoise color, is how they describe it. So, I think it just depends, beautiful. Because it's like if I were to ask y'all right now, if I was to ask my friend, what color they see right now, they might see something completely different than what you see. And then, and that's one of the other things I've noticed is that some of y'all will see something that's one color, but the other person will see something different. And it's not to mean that anyone's wrong. It's just a matter of perception, what you're meant to see. So, um, I know there's been times too where one of my friends has seen even my aura to where they said that they couldn't like see an aura around me, almost like I had like a clear aura, like there was no aura, but they could tell there was one there just by the way I moved, and they could still see something around me. Um, I've had another friend say that they've seen me where my aura, it's not that it changes colors, but they will notice like, how do they describe it? They described it like there was some like a smoky white or something that came into my aura that let them know like I was getting sick. I was coming down with something. That's how they describe that. So it seems to be different based on the person. Yes, it is. Because you see, over the years, I always told everybody my eyes were brown until one of my friends had mentioned something about they see my eyes gold. They've seen orange in my eyes. They've seen there was another way they described it. But they say my eyes are always bright. They always describe it like a crystalline. That's the way my eyes always are when they look at my eyes. Um to where someone else you describe my eyes as honey glazed brown. That's how they describe them. But I've always just said my eyes are brown. But when I did some research on it because of my friends saying, well, I see your eye color this way or I see it that way, it's like, huh? I've never heard anybody else describe them that way. So I ended up doing a research on it and found out that actually my eyes are amber. It's not brown, they're amber. So that's why you'll see like the either like the gold, you might see orange specks in my eyes. They might be darker brown one day, look more like a darker amber, or they might be a lighter gold amber another day. So according to what I read, I have the rare eye color. An auburn orange. Yeah, Heidi. I think that's the way mine, are. Mine are like that brownish orange, is how someone described them. There's a dark blue light shining from my eyes. I don't know, Jody Hoffman. Did I report you? Did you say something in here that was very disrespectful? Because if you did, then there's a good chance I probably did. Because I don't tolerate that nonsense. Your eyes are green, just really green. Green eyes are pretty. Red hair and green eyes. That Irish. That's what that sounds like. Oh, Heidi, don't ever feel like you're ugly, honey. The heck with anyone else says. Yeah, girlfriend, do a Google search on amber eyes, and it'll show you pictures of your eyes, and you'll be able to see the different shades they go through depending on the light. Because, like, I was told, like, out in the sunlight, you can see more of, like, the orange specks in my eyes, or even, like, the gold, than, you know, if I'm just in a lighted room. You got cat eyes until you get mad. They're a blue color. Hey, blue eyes are beautiful too. Green eyes are beautiful. All eyes are beautiful, no matter the eye color. Mine just are unique, I guess, in that way. I think it says amber eyes are the second. I could have sworn it said the second rarest eye color. I think it's second or third, maybe. Maybe it's third. I think the top two is green and gray, and then amber is next. Hi, Jason. How you doing, baby? So ignore the noise, honey. You're not ugly. You're beautiful. And anyone tells you you're ugly, you can tell them go take a hike, honey. Tell them come have a chat with me. I'll let them know. Yes, they are, Catherine. The person's eyes are the keys to the soul. You're right. See, and I wasn't sure like where I got my eye color from because my mama, her eyes were brown, but hers is like a different color brown than mine. And then my dad, his are dark where they almost look black. And it's like, where where did these eye color come from? So I don't know. Somehow, there must have been a fight over my eye color in there. Oh, they sound beautiful, Jason. I love blue eyes and the bluish gray. I know what you're talking about. I know you got some beautiful eyes, Catherine. Green eyes are so beautiful too. I knew someone back years ago when I was waiting tables. There was a couple that would come into my restaurant where I work, and she had the most beautiful blue eyes I'd ever seen. Um, and you would have thought like she wore contacts. They were just bright blue, and her eyes just captivated you. And it was hard to not stare in her eyes because they were just gorgeous. And I always told her that. And me and her husband had a conversation about it one day, talking about her eye color. And I told her they were just gorgeous. I was in love with her eye color. And she said that those were her natural color eyes. And it almost even had like a hint of green to them, but they were blue. And, she said that a lot of people always said to her they didn't think her eye color was real. And I mean, I believe her. She was an older woman, so. Because I had someone ask me one time if my eye color is real. It's like, yeah. Hi, Lily Hillis. How you doing, girlfriend? Wow, that's weird. Eternal. You got hazel eyes, Brandon. Hazel are pretty too. Hi, 420. How you doing, baby? No, I hate to hear that, Catherine. Yeah, my daddy had blue eyes. His were like a bluish gray. My brother has like his eye color too. His are like bluish gray. She's Moroccan. Who's Moroccan? Jason. Yes, it is, Sage. You're right, honey. Oh, the Virgo you're talking to is Moroccan. Ooh, exotic, Jason. You love them exotic women, don't you, baby? You're going on a date tomorrow. Nice. Where you taking her, Jason? Your eyes are turquoise green depending on the light. Yeah, I can see that. I think the light plays a lot of factors because mine always look lighter in sunlight. That I do notice. They seem to like glow. They're more gold than anything, it seems. Sweet Catherine. Chocolate brown eyes with this chocolate skin. Yeah, I've always liked the blue eyes. I'm sure he is, Catherine. Love it. Well, that'll be nice. Jason, you gonna bring some food for a picnic, baby? Or is this just to sit down and have a chat and kind of like break the ice with each other? Bring the lady a rose, Jason. And it don't have to be red. Hold the thorns. Yeah, Igor, you're not the only one who has said that. Maybe Bob. He might be the milkman's. Hey, I used to look at my brother and think that way. Knowing he's blonde hair and blue eyes. And here I am, you know. Okay. Well, that'll be nice, Jason. I'm rooting for you, baby. That's a positive, baby. Y'all got something in common, something like that. Oh, Lily Hillis, I love that. You are not, Catherine. Hi, caveman. Thank you, honey. Firestar, you ain't making any sense to me. She asked you to teach her to read. What, to read tarot, Jason? I look rested tonight. You know, beautiful, I'm surprised because my cat woke me up earlier today. But then I did take a nap before I got back up. Oh, okay, Jason. Well, um, Jason, trust your intuition, baby. What I'll say to you is be cautious. And I'm not saying that scare you, baby, but be cautious. Yeah. Oh, no. I don't like people getting used and abused. Never fold? Who are you talking to? Hi, Colorado True. How you doing, sweetheart? Am I feeling the void between the old and the new? You know, what you mean, Colorado? And thank you for the belated Mother's Day wishes. Awesome, Lily Hillis. Yeah, he actually got up and did make that roast. I haven't eaten it yet, though. I don't know how it tastes. I really should go fix me a plate. Because he told me it wasn't going to be done until like 20 minutes before I started streaming. Mm-hmm. Storm's coming. Yeah, I'm sure that storm's coming. He gonna be sleeping all by himself still. Oh, no, 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 I can't do that. I could not do that, Catherine. Like, I can't. That sounds terrible, but it's like I can't even let him go through and kiss me. Like, I turned my cheek when he tried to do it a couple weeks ago. So, nope. Not interested. Don't want him touching me. Wouldn't even hug him. Oh, snap, don't eat the roasted. What, you think he's trying to poison me? uh, you know, I'm happy to hear that, Colorado. It's good to see you, honey. You know, I tell him thank you for the hard work. Thank you for, making it for me. I just think it's terrible that I have to tell somebody to make me a meal, especially when they don't want to help me do my laundry or clean the house. So, oh, how often? Honey, I definitely don't have no problem telling the truth. I don't, sweetheart. Oh no, Karen, I hate to hear that. Hi, Hayden. Well, y'all want to see what this person did? Y'all want to see what they made? I'm just wondering if it's any good. Oh, Leah, time for you to be reported. Can't wait for you to lose that account, too. Let's see. I hope you lose it. Too late. YouTube will get it. Oh, and you're blocked too. Don't mess with me. Be coming here acting a fool. You messing with the wrong person, see. I don't play nice like that. Go right on ahead. I know. 420. See, somebody will just troll you now. Go ahead and hide them, Bob. Oh, well, thank you, Colorado. Hi, Shadow Trace. How you doing, honey? Oh, thank you. It's very sweet of you. You serious, Karen? That's crazy. Hello, that's a bit much podcast. How you doing? You're a food critic, Hawata? Well, y'all can, test this roast out for me and tell me if it's any good or not. I haven't had any of it yet, so I don't know. It does smell good, though. I will say that. I hope it tastes as good as it smells. And Hawata, I can't be anybody but me. Like, I just don't know how to be anybody else. Oh, really? He said carrots and potatoes, I think, with some onions. And I think he made some green beans to go with it. So, it's probably the most nourishing meal that I can think that he's ever made, to be honest. That's not good, Bob. Well, you make sure you stay safe, baby. Alright. I'm gonna be back, beautiful people. What y'all talking about? I would have made them chase you too for 20. Aw, thank you, Moonchild. Yeah, I like this dress. It's the first time I've worn it. I had it in my closet from like 4 or 5 years ago. Never wore it until now. So, I'm funny. I don't know what it is about me and clothes. It's like I don't wear all my new clothes right away. I gradually will pull them out and wear them. Hi, Andrea. How you doing, beautiful? So, I like my dresses though. I almost wore black, but I decided to wear this one instead. Hi, Retro Life. How you doing, honey? You're disgusting. Aw, thank you, Andrea. Y'all really like my white dress. My day was good, Kate, man. Thank you for asking. How was yours, sweetheart? No, no, Retro Life. I'm sorry, baby. Don't give up. You know, Retro Life, look at it this way. You being rejected is the universe trying to protect you. It means there's something better you're meant for, baby. That's how you take that. It's alright. You know, it's better than what I've been eating lately. All that beef jerky. At least it's some real meat. I drowned it in pepper. On the road grinding. Look, caveman, are you a truck driver or something, honey? Okay. What, do you travel out of state or you just do like around the same state locally? There's a few people I know who come on here who are truck drivers. I actually hear semis going across down my road all the time. Because there's like this big warehouse across street from my house where I think they transport building materials, I think. Cyclone state. What is Queensland, a cyclone place? Sounds more like Florida. Florida gets all the dang hurricanes. But I don't know how it affects y'all, Bob. But I don't know, Bob. You got me all messed up over here, baby, when y'all fixing to start winter and we're pretty much fixing to start summer. It's got me all messed up, baby. Oh, thank you, Moonchild. Yeah, I saw something in another language and yeah, I wasn't trying to read that. So, Bob, when it's Christmas time down there, what season are y'all in? Is that y'all spring or summer? Okay, well, you travel out of state, caveman. You just may not go across country. Car parts. Yeah, I need some car parts, baby, for my car. It's summer. Wow. Yeah, that would throw me off. I'm so used to it being cold here during Christmas that would throw me all off. Not saying that I would mind it, but it would just throw me off. Hey Scott, how you doing, baby? Too dang hot. Y'all do a lot of barbecuing for Christmas? Hmm. That would be interesting to spend Christmas in a different country like that just to see what it's like. I never thought much about the weather, but that's interesting. I'm good, Scott. Thank you for asking. I'm gravy, baby. I'm here. Look up Bonnie Beach at Christmas. Hiawatha, I'm sure. Yeah, their schedule would throw me off too. I can barely keep up with the UK and Australia, and then around here in the States. Oh, well, thank you, caveman. I mean, it's Southern. That's true, Bob. I look like a mermaid because I am a mermaid. You didn't know that? I get to come out of the ocean every now and then. You love my southern drawl, Bob? Thank you, baby. Hey, Scott, that was a good movie. I hadn't seen that in forever. See, I caught Bob's attention by my southern accent. Does it make you think about your ex a lot, Bob? Hear me talking, baby? Southern accents will get y'all every time, huh? I never would have thought I'd pick up a southern accent living here, but I guess after being here for so many years, it comes, especially when you start saying certain words. I'm sure my accent sounds like her, Bob, but I'm sure my voice is still different. When you say whatever, you burst out laughing. I'm eating a roast with some carrots and potatoes and green beans. I love accents, but I like culture. I like different accents. Even the ones that it might be hard to understand what that person's saying, but I still appreciate it. Y'all come back now, y'all here. You like how I say green beans? Why is that eternal? I don't know, 420. I have to hear you talk, baby. Do you have that California accent because of some of the words they say out there? Bless your heart. That's an old good one. Oh, bless your heart. That can mean something positive. It can mean something not so good. Say green beans again. I just said it. It has a nice sound to it. Hey, Hiawatha, but I bet it's a beautiful accent. And I'm sure it probably takes you time to get adjusted listening to her. You know, because I'm sure her accent's probably pretty thick too. Colorado, you know, sweetheart, I really don't get hit on a whole lot, to be honest. I think many times it's because guys are intimidated by me. I think they don't know what to say or what to do with me. So, so no, I don't get hit on out in public. On here, it's different. You know, it's like, I guess because people can hide behind a computer screen. But out in public, they just, I really don't. Now, I'll tell you what happens a lot with me. Um, there's a lot of guys that seem to be passive aggressive in the sense of when they pay you a compliment, instead of saying like you're pretty or you're beautiful, they'll compliment your hair, they'll compliment your nails, they'll compliment your jewelry, they'll compliment your smile or your eyes, they'll compliment something about your physical appearance, but not directly say, oh, you're pretty or you're beautiful. And I think that's their way of trying to get around it, of like, say, trying to find out, are you interested, if that makes any sense. That's what I get anyways. Hey, Chief. How you doing, baby? Maybe it's the shields I got up. What you mean, Brandon? Guys are just intimidated by me. I think it's because of the way I dress, too. Like, someone told me, and I won't say who it is, but someone told me that if they saw me out in public dressed like the way I'm dressed right now, they would never, ever approach me because I intimidate them. And because they see me, like the way I'm dressed, that I'm out of their league. But if they saw me in like sweats or like jeans and a t-shirt, then they would approach me. But by the way I dress, and intimidates them. That's what I got told by someone. So I don't know. I'm sure the way I dress does intimidate some of the guys that I come across, but I ain't changing the way I dress just because it makes them uncomfortable. Food for thought. What's that, caveman? Like, and I get maybe for some people, they, um, I think for some people, they appreciate someone like me who's dressed nice, but they just don't know how to approach me. So the only thing they can do is like compliment my outfit or, something about my physical features just to kind of test the waters, I feel. Because as a man, we recognize you're the whole package. Aw, thank you, Scott. You're so sweet, baby. I mean, I won't, intimidate all of them, but I think I intimidate many of them. So it's rare that I get hit on. Not like y'all talking about. Well, how often? That's true too, baby. But you ever notice the younger generation today? They're not used to talking face to face. They're used to talking through the internet, through email, through text. Most of them don't even talk on the phone. Like all their communication is through text. So it's like they don't know how to have a conversation face to face with someone. So I think it scares them more. I think that's why more of the younger generation, some of them do suffer with what they call social anxiety because they don't have the experience of what it's like to be out in the world and you're forced to have to speak to someone face to face instead of relying so heavily on technology today that we have. And that's true too, Bob. Most of them can't. Most of them can't look a woman in the eyes. It scares them. I don't know why. But that's true. Heidi King. So Like, I remember, I don't know. I remember this one time. I was at gas station and I had just got done pumping gas. And I was wearing a white blouse with my dress pants and my high heels. And like I said, this guy saw me. He was on the other side of the pump, on the other side, and he saw me. And it was daylight, so I'm saying like maybe, anywhere from 11 to maybe 2, 3 in the afternoon. And, and I start walking to go inside because I had to grab a drink inside. As I'm walking, he just looked at me and smiled and, said something like about my outfit. He wouldn't say directly that I was pretty, but he liked what I was wearing. He could appreciate what I was wearing. And he just smiled real big. Like, I don't know, I guess he was expecting me to like start a conversation with him. Like, I don't know, but that's all he said. And I kept walking. So, um, I had someone else. Hi, Fernando. How you doing, sweetheart? I had someone else have walked by me one day, and I was standing in line. I was at the store, standing in line, and they were standing right behind me, and um, I'm like the second person, in line, and he's behind me, and he had reached over to grab something off the shelf that was like right next to me. And then he had looked at me real quickly and he was like, "Wow, you have long, beautiful hair. I love your hair. Thank you." You know, and he just had this smile that I can't explain, but I knew he wanted to say more, but it's like he was scared to. Scared of rejection, maybe. I don't know. But I just said thank you and kept going. He was drinking the glass, the gas. Caveman? Yes, I like to be approached. But most guys don't have it to approach me, baby, is what I'm saying. They won't. Or they won't come out and say, outside of like complimenting either my hair, my nails, my jewelry, my outfit, they'll compliment something about me that's attractive, but they won't come out and just say I'm attractive. And even though they got that smile and that look on their face, and I can read their energy and I understand that they're interested, but they won't make that first move and ask for my number or try and start a conversation beyond that. I don't know what it is. So, but I want someone who's going to be confident and be able to approach me. Because understand me, I'm old school. My daddy's raised me that I'm the one that's supposed to be chased. I'm the one who's supposed to be pursued, not me doing the chasing, which I don't, I don't chase people. That's period. It doesn't matter what it's a guy, friends, family. Okay. Now, I believe in, having that relationship where, you give and they give, it's back and forth. I don't mean that. I mean, if I don't hear from you for like, a couple weeks, a month or whatever, okay, well, I'm not chasing you. You want to talk to me? You can reach out to me. You can make the first move. I don't chase people like that. So, but yeah, I want someone to look me in the eyes and really be confident who they are. Exactly, Bob. And that's what I don't get. I don't get why guys, but this is true, both the ladies and the guys, okay? So I'm not just picking on you guys, even though y'all asked me this question. But in general, like I was raised, the answer is always going to be no until you ask, until you tell that person what you want, how you feel. The answer is going to, right away, it's no. Well, of course it's no. Because you didn't even bother going up to the base to try and, take a swing at the bat. Like, you already struck yourself out before you even could even get started. Like, that's why it's like I tell y'all, I would rather, you know, someone not be interested in me and flat out tell me, like, listen, I'm just not interested in you that way. Okay, cool. Does it sting? Sure, it's gonna hurt. But it ain't gonna hurt me and crush me where I'm in buckets of tears, but understand me. I can respect that person. Why? Because by them rejecting me and being honest with me and being upfront, instead of wasting my time, you set me free. You're setting me free so I can go and move on and find someone else who wants me. So I'm not sitting around wasting my time. And that's what I try and tell y'all. To not ever be afraid. To ask someone out. You know, if you have an interest in them, tell them. Otherwise, they're going to sit there looking at you crazy like, what do you want from me? You know? So that's how I look at it. And I think that's the right way for it to be, though. Otherwise, the answer is always going to be no. And it's like I try and tell y'all. You know, then you go through, if you never build up that courage to approach someone and tell them you got interest in them, you know, you like to pursue something with them, because you were too afraid to say that to them. Then later down the road, you're walking around and just suddenly, for whatever reason, they come to mind. And then you start think, especially late at night, what if? What if I had only approached her? Or what if it's a woman? Like, what if I had just, you know, pursued, you know, the relationship? Where would things be? And then you start think like, damn, I missed out on an opportunity. Yeah. And now you regret it, you know, months or years later. Because you never even tried. You know. Now, if you try and it don't work, then at least you know. At least you know, at least you approached that person and said, you know, hey, could I have your number? You know, I like you, whatever. Can we get to know each other? And they say no. At least you got your answer. And at least you won't be going down the road and, you know, months or years later, like, what if? There ain't no what if. You get that answer. That person wasn't interested. Cool. And that's how I see that. I think that's being a strong, mature adult, you know, to be able to have those conversations. You know, it's like I say to y'all, you know, because I try and, you know, play devil's advocate on both sides of y'all, both the men and the women. But it's like I say to my ladies, like, you want a man to read your mind, but you're not willing to tell him what you think or how you feel. But there's this expectation, oh, well, he should already know. No, tell him. How is he supposed to know? Okay, now, don't get me wrong. If y'all living together and y'all been living together for a year or more, yeah, he should have gotten to know you, to understand you a little better, to read you a little better. But that does not still mean he knows everything you're thinking or feeling. So you got to open your mouth, say that to that man. What it is you want, what it is you're thinking, what it is you need, and blah, blah, blah. So, but the same is true for you guys. I mean, we can't read y'all either. Like I said, you have an interest in us? Well, open your mouth. Tell us. How are we supposed to know? And all this, you know, interacting, oh, well, you know, I'm flirting with you. I would think you would know. No. I need you to come out and say to me, I like you. I'm interested. I would like to date you, whatever. Then to sit here and play around, oh, well, you know, she should already know. No. Be a man. Approach me. Ask me. Simple. But I know some people can't do that. I mean, Colorado, you're right, sweetheart. And I do thank the guys when they compliment me, but, you know, I may say something nice to them. But after that, it's like, you ain't got nothing else to say. Like, I got things to do, kind of thing. Like that time when I was at the gas station, I remember I had an appointment. I had somewhere I had to be. So it's not like I could kill a lot of time. You know, now if I had time spare, maybe I could have, you know, stuck around for a couple more minutes. But, you know, like I said, don't expect me to read you. Nope. You want me? Tell me. Period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because I'm not going to read you like that, you know, and I'm not going to sit here and play that game with you. Because I'm going to be flat out honest, and I'm going to tell you where you stand with me, no matter who you are. And it doesn't matter whether it's A guy want to pursue something romantic, if it's a friendship or family, it's the same way. I'm going to tell you how I think and how I feel. I will be upfront and honest with you. You know, if you're confused or you're not sure, tell me. I'll clarify it for you, so you understand. And I might even be the one that's looking at you like, okay, now you need to tell me how you feel. But then that's just it. You can't expect me to be the one to be vulnerable and tell you how I feel, but you're not vulnerable with me. That doesn't work either. You got to be just as open and willing and vulnerable as I'm going to be with you. You're aloof, Chief. And baby, I get that. I do. I get some people are that way. No, Colorado. It doesn't offend me if someone asks me that. I've had guys ask me that actually. The few that have approached me, and these are the ones that I don't care for, because even though things are different now, um, because you already know my situation, so ain't nothing going on here. And understand me, I'm going out that door in the near future, somewhere in the future here. But back in the earlier years when I was married, um, in my marriage, I remember I would have guys periodically approach me, and they would, honestly, there was an interest in me. The next question would be, are you married? Yes. Then the next thing, are you happily married? What? Like, come on. Like, dude, no. It just, uh, did I even mention anything about not being happy? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a different breed. I'm gonna flat out tell you. Oh, I'm, like I do now. I'm legally tied to somebody, but ain't nothing going on. It ain't no marriage. And it's not. And it hasn't been that way for about 8 years now. So, um, but those are the guys that are just looking for someone to have a good time with and nothing more. Yeah, not your girl. That ain't never gonna happen. So, I've had them do that. Why you want to go on a date with me, Jungle? No, Bob. That's the other thing. It's like Jay Cortez. I don't know who you're talking about. Um, what relationship you talking about, caveman? No, people don't say I'm Indian. You know what I get here? Living in Georgia all these years. Nobody, 9 times out of 10, they won't even try and guess my ethnicity. Instead, I get the question, where are you from? Um, California? No, where's your parents from? California. No, where's your grandparents from? And I mess with them because I understand what they're trying to ask me. They just don't know how to ask me right. So I get a kick out of it. I let them squirm a little bit. Hmm. Jungle rejected. I didn't say nothing about I didn't say no. Did I, Jungle? Did I say no? Don't assume. I asked you, why do you want to go out on a date with me? I don't know nothing about you, baby. Um, so, you know, then they ask, about my grandparents, and it's like, they're from here too, California, Hawaii. And then, I could tell they're frustrated at that point. So I'm like, listen, Do you want to know where I was born? Or do you want to know what my ethnicity is? Like, oh, your ethnicity. Okay. But that just goes to show they assume. By looking at me, they assume I wasn't born in the States. They assume that, I've just, immigrated here. No. American born baby. My parents American born. My grandparents American born. Now, my great grandparents might be different. So, um, I always get a kick out of it though. Every once in a while, someone will guess that I'm Filipino though. If I get anything, it's Filipino. No, that's funny. How about the hello animation? So, I do get a kick out of it though. And most people, I don't think they know the right way to ask. And I get that too. And I probably shouldn't go through and, do that with them. But I'm just saying it, don't assume that I wasn't born in the States. Don't assume. You assume by my looks that I'm not from here, that I got to be from another country. Hello, Level Up Dojo. How you doing, sweetheart? You would guess I'm Spanish? Well, hi there, Frank. How you doing, baby? Nope, I'm not Spanish either, baby. But I've gotten that before, too. Nope. No, the Frank. I'm not Native American either. Aw, you're so sweet, Scott. Hi, honey love. How you doing, honey? Oh, I'm gravy, honey. How you doing? Oh, Level Up Dojo. Thank you, honey. It's always good to see you too, honey. Hi, Cheryl. I'm good, honey. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Mm. East Asian? No, but you're close. I don't think that's East Asia. No. I'm a real peach. Thank you. Animation, what do you mean by subscribe? Hmm. And no, I'm not Latina. You're a spud, Bob. Aw. But you're a good spud. Hi, Walter. You're half right, baby. I'm part Hawaiian. I'm not Indian, but I'm part Hawaiian. That's where my dark hair comes from. Chief said Mr. Potato Head. Oh, okay, Cheryl. No worries, honey. Yeah, I do it every Wednesday, honey. No, I'm mixed. I'm Japanese, Hawaiian, English, Irish, and Scandinavian. My mom is actually a dirty blonde. Oh, that's wonderful, Eternal. Animation, I'm gravy. Thank you for asking. How about you? Oh, that's wonderful, Eternal. You have to send me a picture of that, baby. I like to see it. Well, you know what, though, Frank? My mama was a strawberry blonde when she was a baby. My aunt and uncle and my grandmother were redheads. My aunt and uncle both got blue eyes. My grandmother had brown eyes. My mama was the only one that came out dirty blonde when she got older. Well, then, Frank, did your dad get his looks from your mama's side? Too much flirting going on here? What's wrong, Shane? I mean, that's how it is with me, the Frank. If I showed you a picture of my mom and I showed you a picture of my dad, you would definitely see who I look like. I mean, join the conversation, Shane. I'm just sitting here eating real quickly. So, but I'll show y'all a picture of my parents. Y'all can see where I get my looks from. I'm trying to, Chief. He actually cooked. After I told him I needed some red meat, he got a roast. So, I know some of y'all seen this, but for the ones who haven't, alright. This is my mama. This is where I get the English, Irish, and Scandinavian from. This is my father. That's where I get the Japanese and Hawaiian from. And that's who I look like. Yeah, I hear you, Chief. Yeah, finally did. Yeah, so now can you see how I came out to be? And y'all could see I have a blonde-headed brother, too, who's the baby of the family. Thank you, Scott. Hi, Peter. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? And then I can show y'all my stepdad, who also raised me. Where y'all could see where my baby brother came out. This is my stepdad, but that's daddy to me. This is my baby brother's dad, biological. So, Luke, I'm Gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too. And that was very sweet of you, Scott. Hiawatha, I like to think they are. They tell me they are. Unfortunately, I've already buried all of them. Well, oh, I hear that cat out there again. I'm eating a roast with some potatoes, carrots, and green beans. Of course, I think it's mostly fat on my plate now. I didn't realize there was that much fat on that meat. Hi, Champagne. How you doing, honey? Oh, I bet it was, Bob. Heck, I could probably use an electric blanket here, too. Mohammed, I live in Georgia, in the United States. Where do I recommend to go on a first date, caveman? I don't know, I guess depends on the lady, honey. You know, make sure you feed the lady. And don't take her to nowhere cheap, like no fast food. Take her to an actual sit-down restaurant. Where y'all can at least have a conversation. Oh, hi, Walter. No worries, baby. I talk about my parents all the time. You just probably haven't been here when I've talked about them like that. So, nothing to be forgiven for, but thank you, sweetheart. Cabbage makes you gassy. Miniature golf, Scott. Yeah, I like miniature golf. That can be fun. I mean, see, if it was me, I don't know, though. I don't know if guys would... Some guys don't like being beat by a woman, so maybe not. Maybe it would have to be something like putt-putt. Because if it was me, oh, we're going to the pool hall or we're going to the bowling alley. But I do like miniature golf, too. I haven't been in a long time. That's fun, though. And now that the weather's getting warmer, it's the perfect time to play miniature golf. I wouldn't have gone out there when it's freezing cold. That's the last place I want to be. Unless they had an indoor one somewhere. Yeah, Chief. How's Jennifer? You asked her out yet, baby? What's going on in y'all's love life? What's the gravy? Well, Chief, have you asked her out yet, though, baby? Oh, I could just imagine the look on the guy's face, Scott. Unless they knew that I already bowled. I'm sure. Whether it was bowling or shooting pool, I could just imagine the look on their faces. I'd be like, oh no. Well, what you waiting for, Chief? Ask the lady out. Hey, Hiawatha. Hey, as long as you don't mind losing, I don't mind. I just don't like the guys who can't handle losing to a woman. You know, they don't like, losing, whether that's pool, bowling, or anything. Hello, Steve. Hi, Hamza. I mean, Chief, ask the lady out. I mean, and Chief, hey, baby, you gotta take her out to dinner. You can take her out to lunch, though. What if she said no? Well, Fred, you ain't never gonna know until you ask. That's the problem. You've already told yourself no, so you won't ask. How are you gonna get anywhere? How are you ever gonna go on a date with anyone if you automatically assume or you have that fear that they're gonna reject you? You know, it's like I was saying earlier. If someone isn't interested, at least you know. Does it sting? Yeah. But the way of looking at it is, at least you know where you stand with that person. So that way you don't waste any more time trying to pursue them, which means you're free to go pursue someone else. That's how you look at that. So It's a matter of perspective, baby. But you get your answer. Well, Chief, there's a start. That's what I mean, baby. Get her number, then ask her out. Give her a call and tell her you would like to take her out. See what she says. Or if you want to get to know her on the phone and talk to her a little bit first, okay. But then you can ask her out. Let her know you got an interest in her. So, nice, Hiawatha. I'm excited for you, baby. Sounds like you're getting excited too. A nice round of golf would be nice. Well, you see, Luke, I don't play golf. Never learned how to play golf, but I would if someone taught me. I wish my daddy was here to teach me because he played. Bob, don't be silly. Wait 6 hours before you call her. You sound like somebody else I know. Somebody else said, oh, don't call him right away. Wait till give it a day or two. Like, we're not in high school. Come on. What am I going to do with y'all? I got to tell y'all how to act. Don't do that to a lady. That's not nice. Bob, baby, how you figure? If you come out ask a woman for her number, what else is she going to think? She's going to think that you're interested in her that way, right? Unless, I mean, sure. Could it just be a friendship? Okay. But 9 times out of 10, most guys don't come out of it like that and ask a woman for her number unless there is more of an interest past a friendship. Okay? Just saying. That's right, Johnny Depp. Yeah, Bob. Well, you know what? They wouldn't be able to score with me then. Because, see, I probably would give them the wrong number. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but if I knew that being there and they gave me that type of vibe, I more or less tell them, no, you can't have my number. That's only for special people. Oh my goodness, Chief. Is she married or do you don't know her relationship status? So funny. Well, Chief, won't know till you ask, baby. What, you already talking yourself out of asking her? Yeah. I hope YouTube, you know, does something with you. Because I just reported your emojis. Disgusting pig. Well, Chief, I want to know, baby. You got to let me know how it goes, baby. Hi, Marlon. How you doing, honey? But you got to make the first move, Chief. Talk to her. Let her know. Start a conversation with her. That's how she's doing. And then First asked if you really want to know. By chance, are you single? Because if you are, I would like to have your phone number, if that's okay with you. Oh, Luke. I'll be the first to know. Okay, baby. I'm holding you to that. Yeah, you wouldn't be that lucky. And I ain't that desperate. And I hope you lose that account too. Universal First League. I just reported you to YouTube. So I hope you lose that account. Coming here acting like a disgusting fool. Are you crazy? Hello, Robbie Patel. Well, thank you. Just don't take it a coffee without the sugar. How often? Come on, baby. You know, I mean, if you want to go out and have coffee with her, maybe she drinks coffee, maybe she doesn't. When you see someone, how soon should you ask for their number? Fred, I guess that depends on you. Like, I don't know. I mean, do you see this person often? That's the question. You know, if it's just you're out somewhere random, and it's not someone you come across, well, I suggest you ask for their number then. Otherwise, you might never see them again. Okay, I gotta take this plate in my kitchen and brush my teeth. I love the sound of the rain too, Bob. My body just don't like it, baby. I don't like how it makes my joints ache. Well, why don't you tell her that you have a crush on her and see what she says? That's all you can do. Hi, Michi Williams. How you doing, honey? And thank you. Well, I don't know what to tell you, honey. Try again. That's all you can do. Maybe they didn't understand the first time. Or maybe type it up in an email or text if you got their number. You're so funny, Scott. I'm not sure, Luke. It's 1:30 my time already, baby. If I don't get any paid readings soon, I'll probably be getting off here soon. So I can do something else that I gotta get to. I don't know. I need to go brush my teeth, though, and use the ladies' room. So, I'll be back, y'all. Hey, Chief, you know it, baby. We'd all have fun. Hey, Judith, I see you're back. You're still here, Eternal. I was wondering. Like, y'all all talking about love. Like, what? Do we need to have, like, a love reading night or something? For those of you interested in somebody. Like, do I need to read for y'all, like, what y'all's first move should be? And how it might turn out? I mean, would that give y'all some confidence? Like... Hi, Robin. Thank you. It's very sweet of you, honey. You went and played tag with Esme. I love that name. I know she's precious. And thank you, Eric. How you doing, baby? I know some of y'all got love on the brain, especially based on the general collective I did. I'm getting ready for the calm before the storm. What storm is that, Eric? There you go, Scott. Like, I mean, I even got my love oracle decks out here. I mean, y'all can't stop thinking about somebody. I know that. Uh-oh, Eric. That's not good, baby. Yeah, Judith. Somebody got it bad. We all got into a conversation about love. All I had to do was shuffle this deck a few times, and at the bottom, this is what I get. Whoever it is y'all thinking about, y'all can't stop thinking about them. So... Oh. Is that a song, Bob? You can't stop thinking about a 1967 Chevy Camaro. Well, there you go, Raymond. I love Camaros too. I got 2 of them. John Paul Young, Love is in the Air. I don't know if I know that song. Yes, Chief, I've heard of speed dating. Never done it though, baby. You know, in all the years that I was single and I wasn't really with anybody, I always noticed before long somebody always ended up, you know, letting me know they were interested. So I never had to do anything like that. I never did the dating apps either. So, and I did meet a boyfriend online one time. No, actually twice. I did date 2 different guys that I met online through a game. We played spades. That's how I met them. I was back in my late teens, though. God, I'm sounding old now. There you go, Bob. I like that idea, Bob. Y'all say speed dating is all y'all can do. Oh, come on, Judith. Sunny Yes, honey, I definitely do. Oh my goodness. Yes, I do, honey. Oh my gosh. I talked to some crazy guys on that thing. I'm like, what? No. Get away from me. I mean, Eric, yeah, there's that too, baby. If you do that online dating, then yeah, swipe left, swipe right. I mean, I don't know nothing about online dating. I never did any of that. Y'all would have to fill me in on that because I don't know nothing about it. You know, I was going to do something some years ago. It was just to kind of understand. I had a girlfriend of mine that got involved with someone, but it was one of those, I guess, sugar daddy kind of situations. And I couldn't make sense of it. Like, I could not understand how someone could be involved with someone in that way. And it be like transactional. That didn't sit right with me. But, you know, she was telling me how, you know, the older guys would come on and, you know, hit on the younger women. And, you know, some of them are established. And, you know, how they were like paying, you know, for her rent, things like that. And it's like, and what do they get? She had to explain it to me because I wasn't into any of that. So I wanted to see if I could, you know, just kind of see how things would be, just to try and get an understanding, just a grasp of it. To understand it, not just through her eyes, but even through a guy's eyes in that way. Like, why do you do this? Like, what do you get out of it? Is it just a companionship without the strings being attached? Like, you know, but I didn't pursue it after that. Because I can't make sense of it. I wouldn't do that. A Lamborghini, Eternal. Yeah, I like Lamborghinis too. Y'all are so funny. Oh, Eric. Come on out, baby. I mean, yeah, but at the end of the event, Chief, you actually sit down and decide if you're really interested in someone. And then find out if that person just so happens to be interested in you too. Right? Isn't that how it works? Right, Bob? Like, hey, like I said, it's not like I haven't been rejected before, because I have. And that's quite all right. You know, even a form of rejection is like someone, you know, you have to start a relationship with, but then, you know, maybe the relationship doesn't stay solid, and, you know, the other person just isn't into it anymore, and they want to go their separate ways. Okay. So, I just keep it going. And that's all I'm going to do. Like, I'm not going to be sitting at home crying about it. You know, I'll find a way to, you know, work through it, forget them, and move on to the next. Because how I see it, that was God's protection. You know, I was meant to meet someone better than that person. And when the timing's right, I'll find them. And indigenous rugby, you must be talking to Bob. Ah. Hi, beautiful Gina. I'm Gravy Baby. How you doing, babes? How you doing, sweetheart? What's going on with you? And Eric, that's good, baby. At least you can have that conversation. You know, some people can't even have that conversation. So, oh, thank you, Scott. Yeah, Scott, that white peach ain't gravy, baby. I can tell you that. It's not something I'm, you know, I can do without. That's me. I have this other one over here, though, Scott. And it's all right, baby. But it's not, to me, it's still not as good as the strawberry apricot. But I'll drink it. Which is this one. Wild berries. But if I had a second choice, my second choice would be this one. Out of the ones that I've had so far. And I like this one too. The watermelon's pretty good. I think it's better than this one, but I think they're kind of tied. So, thank you, baby. Yeah, try the blueberry, baby. Jungle, I like cars too. I got twin Z28 Camaros. Rugby league. Just curious, why does it matter? I mean, you know. Like, why can't I just be a woman and a human being? Like, why does my ethnicity matter so much? Because let's be frank. And please don't take this the wrong way. I'm trying to be educational here and make y'all think a little bit. You know, I'll show you something, in fact. Just to get my point across. And this will give you half your answer. If I looked like her, right here, this woman, you wouldn't ask me that question. You would already know. So, why does it matter? Because if I was her, if I looked like her, that wouldn't come up. And just so you know, this is my mama. Hmm. A real native isn't named. Is that right? Hi, Walter. That's beautiful, baby. That's all I want for you, is to be happy, baby. But that's what I want for all of y'all. Do I have something that I like that makes me very happy? Jungle, what do you mean? Do you mean like something material wise or something I enjoy doing, like a hobby or interest type? No, thank you, Gina. I think so, but I'm biased because she's my mama. As crazy it may sound to some people, she gave birth to me, but she did. Me and my other Rugrat siblings. Yager's Farm, you are correct. I'm part Asian. You know. True, Bob. Well, and that's why it's like, I think that's part of the other thing. It's like, do people forget that people like me can be mixed? That we're not just one thing, like we can be a mix of multiple things, like I am? You know, just saying. There's only, I think, a couple of people who really have, you know, said one of my ethnicities that were correct. Um, I think I've only seen it maybe once or twice, and that's it. Yeah, Eric, you're probably right. That's right, Yager's Farm. In all actuality, we all are. Yeah, Jungle, I like cars too. But, you know, me, I love diamonds. I'm a diamond girl. And I like nice clothes. As, you know, if you watch me long enough, you always see that I'm normally dressed up like I am right now. So, but I also like to bowl and shoot pool. There's many things I like. I like good tasting food. I like to travel. I love the beach. I'm a mermaid, so. But, rugby league, I know you're still here even though you're timed out. I'm just saying, you may want to go through and just ask somebody what their ethnicity is before you assume like you already know the answer based on their features. Because what I'm trying to get you to understand is, if I looked like my mama, you would have never asked me that question for one. You would already know. But because I don't look white or a beautiful black ebony color, you know, it kind of throws you off. But I'm still a human being though. You know, because if I were to see you, I would not judge you that way. I would not be over there looking at you crazy like, I wonder what ethnicity you are. Because I don't view people with my eyes. See, I view and I love people with my heart, my soul, not my eyes. So when I see someone, I see them for their heart and their soul, not their exterior. You know, yeah, I do, you know, would I notice if like you did something different with your hair or if you dress differently? Yes, I would notice something like that. But it's not going to be the first thing that's going to catch my eyes. You know, I want to feel your energy. What kind of person are you? What's your character? What's your beliefs? Who are you at the core being? That kind of thing. So, but So hopefully we can put this topic to bed one more time. And as I was saying, rugby league. Nope, not Native American. So, which is another reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because there's more ethnicities out there who look like me that aren't Native American. So, an example, let's see. I'm Japanese and Hawaiian. That's where my features come from. And then the other half is my mama. English, Irish, and Scandinavian. So, I just, people have this assumption that, I don't know, some Asians obviously don't have bone straight, beautiful hair like me, I guess. I don't know. But in my family, all the women in my family, on my Asian side, got long, straight, bone straight hair like mine. Dark. Some of them are a little bit darker than me. Others are a little bit lighter than me. Some are about my skin tone. And then you look at my mama's side, I actually got redheads in my family. My maternal grandmother, in fact, was a redhead. My aunt and uncle, redheads with blue eyes. So you see, it's wrong to assume. Because everybody got my mix all jacked up. And just only think I'm one, instead of the possibility that I could be more than one, which I am. Just food for thought. No, they don't. Yager's Farm. Hi, Denise, and thank you, beautiful. That's very sweet of you. Hi, Darby. So, and it's funny because if you were to look at my siblings, my full-blooded siblings, most people, if you were to put the three of us together in one room at the same time, you would think my older brother is Mexican. Most people would guess me to be Hawaiian. My sister, more Japanese. So it's interesting how even that plays out with the three of us being full-blooded. But that's what a lot of people would guess. And I've heard that by multiple people. So I just have more of the Hawaiian look. Yeah, Jungle. Did you know my, I'll give you a little history lesson, Jungle. I don't know if you know this or not. Since I'm an American, hold on. During World War II, when Pearl Harbor was hit, President FDR had put in an executive order that all Americans of Japanese descent had to be placed in a concentration camp, similar to Nazi Germany, simply for their ethnicity. Why? Because of fear of retaliation against the United States. And understand me, it did not matter if they were American born. As long as they were Japanese, they had to go in that concentration camp around the U.S. My grandparents were placed there. My father was born in it back in 1944. And I know my grandparents learned a lot from that. And it's crazy because despite my grandparents even, both American born. My grandmother was born in California. My grandfather was born in Hawaii. That didn't matter. They were still treated like criminals. And that's pretty sad. Especially back in that time still. And so, because of fear of retaliation, the government even took my family's money, their home, all their belongings, and placed them in this prison, like. And when they were released, when, you know, whatever happened in the war, were they handed all their money back in their homes? No. The government never gave it back to them. So, in fact, the way I was told is they were given like the same thing like what the government would give to people who've been in prison. Pretty much enough money for a bus ticket to get wherever, and that's it. And you know, I would have thought that my grandparents would have held that against the government, but they didn't. You know, they were very forgiving because that's who they are. And they've built an incredible life for themselves, even coming from that. And even my father, who was born in a concentration camp, when he graduated from high school, he actually enrolled in the military and enrolled in the army. I didn't find out about that with him until after he passed away, but I just think that's amazing. So, just a bit of a history lesson, because a lot of people don't know that, because unfortunately, you know, when you read history or study the history books in school, when they talk about World War II, you know, it's always talking about Nazi Germany and what happened then. But of course, the U.S. don't want to tell on themselves. They're hoping that the people who lived back then, that, you know, all that will die with them. Well, it didn't. My family wanted me to know. Yes, God. They did, baby. The government seized everything, all their assets, because of it. Because they were afraid that if they didn't, they were going to use that money, whatever money they would have had access to retaliate against the United States. For fear their loyalty was to Japan, which is just absolutely crazy to me. Especially if you're American born, like my grandparents were. Okay, Hawatha. Well, thank you for stopping in, baby. It's good to see you. Take care of yourself. Have a good night, honey. See you next time. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Viral. And high empathic veteran. But yep, that's what happened back then. So like how, you know, how my parents came back from that, I just think it's amazing. And I just think it's more amazing than, you know, they didn't hold it against the United States, even though they could have, but they didn't. You know, Gina, I don't know. I mean, the tea we've been talking about most of the night is people's love life. Like, people want to know about how they should approach a woman. I mean, we were kind of partly talking about Chief's love life, actually. Waiting to see if he's going to ask this lady of his out on a date. Chief. Hello, David. I'm Gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. How you doing? You know it, Chief. I got to, baby. I'm just waiting to see if you ask this lovely lady out. You know. I mean, yeah, ask her first if she's single. And if she says yes, then ask her out. Ask her for her number. Hi, Christopher. How you doing, baby? Don't be shy, Chief. I don't know why you guys get shy. You know, there's times where I've been around a guy, you know, their energy will let me know kind of like, you know, they wouldn't mind talking to me, but they don't know how to ask me out. So I try and find a way to make them blush a little bit. I just like, yeah, someone that caught his attention. Diane, it's good to be traveling, sweetheart. I wish I was traveling. And here comes the trolls, acting a fool. Hi, Skeletor. How you doing, baby? All of them want to act a fool. So all you trolls that want to come here and act a fool, see, other people let you get away from nonsense. I don't. I report you. So, and then I bounce you out of here. So I don't even know why you waste your time. I love to hear that, Darby. You know what? One of the guys I dated was the same way. True, too, Bob. I've never been to Jamaica. But Darby, yeah, I had a guy I dated. He didn't think I was real when I sent him my picture. And I mean, I was single. I wasn't ready to get in a relationship with anybody. But we were playing spades on the internet. And so he wanted to see what I looked like because he found out I lived, you know, in the same area as him. Okay. And he didn't believe I was real. And then I went through and he said he wanted to meet me. Okay. Came by my house. He said I was the first person out of all the women he met online who looked like their picture, who was really who they said they were. I'm like, wow. I never ever thought anybody would be using someone else's picture. And that's beautiful, Darby. Aw, empathic veteran. I love that. Really, Skeletor? You know, I created an Instagram account, but I haven't been on it. Like, it might have my channel name on there, and that's about it. Something like that. So, it's going to be AI dating soon. Oh, gosh, I hope not. I'm not going to know what to do with half these people out here. Especially knowing how, I don't know, the way some people view dating anymore. It doesn't vibe with me. No koala bear, I cannot. And, you know, trademark. Yeah, you get copyright. You get in trouble. So. Oh, Gina. No, honey. You just need some time to heal, honey. Of course, this ring would scratch up my cards. Oh, empathic veteran. You know, baby, I didn't have any biological kids of my own either. Did you, Skeletor? That's awesome, baby. Well, Skeletor, send me an email with the link to it. I'll come on there and follow you. I guess I gotta work on that count. And somebody mentioned TikTok. A couple people encouraged me to start a TikTok account, which, gosh, that's gonna be a lot to keep up with, y'all. All right, David. Have a good night, honey. Sweet dreams. Hey, Darby. When you find out the sex of the baby, honey? Is that right, empathic? I don't know. I know some women who can't. David Bender. There's some people who still do that today, honey. But yeah, I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, Gina. He finally did. Possibly tomorrow, Darby. Well, I can't wait to find out. I already told y'all it's a girl. Yeah, Skeletor. I gotta work on my channel and a couple of pages. I gotta do more with it. All right, Aussie girl. Well, you have a good night, honey. See you later, sweetheart. You know. Spirit said it's a girl, but we'll see. Oh, really, Skeletor? Well, you'd probably see mine out there, baby, and you would think it's a bot. Darby, that's a lot of work, honey. You know what? If I was to do something like that, that would come with, like, the, memberships. To do more like that. No, empathic veteran, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sending you healing love and light. I lost mine back in 2000. So I understand. Hi, Nicole. How you doing, honey? I was thinking about you last night. Noticed I hadn't seen you in a while. How you doing, girlfriend? And Gina, he made a roast with some potatoes and carrots and green beans. Yes, Bob, I do. I need more paid readings that pay the bills. Yeah, Darby, but you gotta understand, honey. If I open all these different social media accounts, like, who's gonna keep up with it? Like, especially if I'm still trying to stream, um, 4 or 5 nights a week. That's the thing, girlfriend. How am I gonna keep up with all that? That's the problem. I would need to, like, be able to have to cut back on the streaming then. And that's what it's gonna come down to. Is I won't be able to stream nearly as much or for nearly as long. That might be a good thing. You know, that's if there's enough memberships there to sustain me for what I gotta do, but it's just gonna be a lot. So, we'll see. But yeah, I mean, Darby, I know about the Discord too. There's just too many moving parts to it, honey, that I still gotta work out. Because there's only gonna be certain ones that's gonna get so much access to me, or they're gonna get only so much content. And then there'll be ones that can get more personal access to me. That's not just gonna see me in a stream, but can see me in my private personal life. Like I could stream one night and take y'all to the bowling alley with me kind of thing. So that would come with the membership. So, and it's going to depend on how I divide it up, how I want to do it. So, but I would need more opportunities like that to be able to do something like that. But it has to be, I guess, an even exchange at the same time of energy. Well, I greatly appreciate it, Darby. I know you did offer your help to me, honey. Yeah, but you know what, Darby? And I have a, thankfully, this iPad's connected to cellular. I could do it. I could do YouTube and I could do another one, but I wouldn't be able to do a third because I don't have a third camera, and I don't have a third device that uses Wi-Fi because I still don't have Wi-Fi here. Remember, the builders dug the fiber up out of the ground, so I can't get Wi-Fi at my house. But I understand what you're saying, honey. And that's what I got to work on. But that's going to take some time for me to get all the finer details worked out. It's just, man, by the time Sunday comes around, I'm taxed. And I'm so taxed and I realize it. And then when I go to sleep, I normally sleep through Monday. Like if I wake up Monday, I'm not waking up till 10 o'clock at night, Monday night. So I'm that taxed. And then come Tuesday, that's my only day off, and I got other responsibilities and things I got to do. So it's really a matter of how I cut down the time. Do I cut down my streaming time with y'all? Does that mean only certain people get access to me at certain nights because they paid for a membership? Like if I do a member only stream kind of thing. That's kind of like how it's going to have to be looked at there. Yeah, Skeletor. I've used that baby, but it goes in and out. It's spotty here. It drops because I tried using it for the cable for the Roku and the Fire Stick every day, and I only know because I be walking into the living room because couch potatoes in there, and I see it spinning. But yeah, Luke, because I haven't started it yet, baby. I will. But I'm telling y'all, I made a decision that I'm going to wait till it hits 10,000 subscribers. And then I will enable it then. Because that'll give me enough time to still build it, to create what I want to create. And give me that time, so I'm not dragging my energy into the ground. Hello, Marco. Good morning to you too, sweetheart. I understand that, Skeletor. You know, I never had MySpace. I didn't even bother with that. You think that's smart, Scott? Yeah, I'm gonna wait till then, and then I'll know more what I want to do. Cause you know, like I said, it's gonna be where someone will have more access to me, but it'll be like more in a more intimate setting too. So if someone pays for like the higher subscription, you know, it'll be more of an intimate setting, you know, depending on how many people want to purchase into that, and depending on what I want to offer with it. LimeWire? I never even heard of LimeWire, Nicole. I do remember AOL. That was the first thing I had. Yeah, I never even heard of it, Darby. That's funny, though. So, we'll see. I mean, I had to go through and add a second line to my device yesterday because my other Cash App account got closed, which I still don't have a full understanding why they did it. So, instead of trying to battle with them, I just went ahead and saved the trouble and added a second line to my account so I can create another email and another Cash App account. I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to. And, you know, they wanted me to get another device, and I looked at them crazy. It's like, no, I don't need to keep up with no two phones. Y'all crazy. Just connect it to the same phone and be done with it. You could download music and videos. Yeah, Nicole. See, my later teenage years, I don't remember a whole lot of the internet because I was rarely able to mess with it. Um, and if I did, I was more interested in trying to play spades. That's what I was into. When I had some free time on the internet, I wanted to play cards. I love spades. I love to play spades and I love to play hearts. So I would do that. But so the other stuff I wasn't really into back then. Oh, thank you, honey. Right, Darby. You got mail. I like solitaire too. I would play that every now and then. I would play like Tri-Peaks. Tri-Peaks solitaire. I could play that. So yeah, I met one of my boyfriends online playing spades when I was a teenager. And yes, we met in person too. All right, Gina. I got your donation. Beautiful. Thank you, sweetheart. What you want me to read on, girlfriend? I like pinball too, Skeletor. That I do like. But yeah, I wasn't, like, beautiful people, you know, you gotta understand, I didn't have the typical teenager life because my mama was sick. So I was either working, I was taking care of her, or if I was on the internet, I was normally playing spades, and that was in between when my mama wasn't on there too. Um, or I would be at the bowling alley or the pool hall, you know. But I didn't even get to do the bowling alley pool hall a whole lot because I was too busy working most time. So, hi Belinda. How you doing, sweetheart? And sweet dreams to you, Judith. I hope you feel better, honey. See, and I love to shoot pool. Pool is my game. I love to play pool. Hello, Inked. That's true too. Many of them don't, Darby. You're right about that. See, my mama taught me how to play rummy, but I don't remember. And then she also taught me how to play her other game that she called the B word. And I couldn't even explain that game to you. I'd have to ask my brother if he remembers. I don't even know if he does. That's quite all right, Nicole. You was willing to learn though. Very true, Skeletor. Well, it's like they call an apartment in over there. They call it a flat. I always find that funny. um, Belinda, is that your name? I only do paid readings, honey. I do a general collective. That's free, but that's for everyone. It's not based on zodiac, and then I do paid readings after that. Gina, the donation you sent me, sweetheart. Oh, well, thank you, sweetheart. That's very sweet of you. You play Kings in the Corner, Skeletor? I know how to play Kings in the Corner. That's like Asian poker right there, baby. One of my grandparents' friends taught me how to play that in Maine. It's been a long time. Oh my gosh. Someone would have to remind me how to play that game. I will, Gina. You got my word, honey. Hello, Crystal. How you doing, sweetheart? Hello, Melinda. How you doing? I do remember Well, let's see. Eric, you still here, baby? Was it you or Scott that wanted like a general collective love reading? I'm good. I'm gravy, Crystal. Thank you for asking, sweetheart, and welcome. Welcome, beautiful people. It was Scott. Okay. Well. Hi, Saul. How you doing, honey? Everybody's like, what are you talking about? I don't need no love reading. I'm gravy, so thank you for asking. I'm glad you are too, honey. Good morning, guardian angel. Where did Eternal run off to? He must have fell asleep. I mean, I'll do a general love reading if that's what y'all want. I mean, it seemed like a lot of y'all got love on the brain. I mean, that's what a lot of the collective was around, but, you know, I can just do this one just for the people who's in here in the chat, too. I was hoping, I wanted to wait on another deck to get here, though. And I don't think it's going to be here till, I don't know, crap. Maybe not until Saturday, possibly. I don't think it'll be here tomorrow. I don't think it'll be here till Saturday at the earliest. Did you, Darby? That's a beautiful deck. I'd love to have that. You got chips on the brain, Eric? You're being funny. Oh, Lord, Skeletor. Y'all are something else. Oh, Darby. Yeah, it's a beautiful deck. Yeah, because I got a deck to go with it, too, actually. I did see something. All right, but Judith, you have a good night, honey. No, Gina, I got this one from Etsy. And then I ordered a couple from Hay House. I mean, Scott, I got a few coming, baby. One's a love tarot deck, and then a couple of them are love oracle decks, kind of similar to what I have, just different ones with different messages. And I got a couple other ones that are just plain tarot. You know, I like Etsy. It's just expensive. Like some of the decks you've seen me use on here, like my mediumship deck, the one that's $300, that I got it from Etsy. A few of my other decks are like $80 from Etsy. They're not cheap. All right, Luke. Well, you have a good night, honey. Sweet dreams to you. No, Gina, I got some regular ones. I didn't just get love ones, honey. But it seems like love seems to be the biggest thing I notice people ask about. So, I'm trying to mix it up so there's like a different variety so Spirit can show me which deck I'm supposed to pull from and use that night. Like, Gina, you missed a deck that I used tonight. This doesn't, I don't know. This is more of an artist deck that doesn't speak to me. At least not yet. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know. So, where is it? Some of them, they speak to me a little bit, but some of them I just look at them like, oh, really? How do I get that out of that? Gina. No, it's the messages from like your loved ones. So, from the other side, honey. From people who want messages while I'm on here. I just pull from that deck instead of trying to do a deep meditation, especially when I'm not ready or prepped for it. To try and see if their loved one will step forward. So, here you go. Here's an example. Here's the Temperance. These are like artist landscapes. This just don't speak temperance to me. I don't know if it would speak to an artist, but it don't speak temperance to me. Just as an example. But this came with my subscription I have. So it just depends. I got another one, but even that one is like there's something missing from it, so I'm not sure yet. Temperance is all about balance, moderation, patience. If you go by the guidebook, that's what it pretty much means. So, but I got some other tarot decks coming. I actually had a couple that came in. I just haven't messed with them yet. They're not mixed up anyways to where I could use them right now. No, I got you, honey. Gina, I forget, some of y'all don't know, so I'm glad you asked, honey. Exactly, Eric, like the patience Bob has withdrawals. You never got to see Toby? I don't know, he's been a pain in my butt right now. I might be able to pick him up. I'll see if I can get him. Hold on. I gotta put on this sweater, though, if I carry him in here real quickly. Let me get Toby. I can't get Wolfie. He won't let me pick him up. So, even though he's clingy like a dog, he won't let me pick him up, but he wants nothing but attention 24/7. mommy's good boy? Are you mommy's good boy? Okay. Gina, are you here? Oh, hey. Are you mommy's baby? Are you being shy? Say hi, Toby. Say hi, Toby. Say hi, mommy's baby. Yeah. Mommy's sweet boy. He has some pretty eyes, too. If you look. Oh, he is. He's a fat cat. I know. You're going to want down in a second. I already see that tail whipping. Yeah. Yeah, I see that tail whipping. Yeah. Your mommy's baby. There you are. Yes, you are. Yeah, mommy's baby. Yeah. Thank you. He's big. Like I said, I can't get Wolfie in here. He won't let me pick him up. I could get him to walk in here, but he won't let me pick him up. And he's the white one. He makes all the racket here lately. And Toby just don't like him. Ain't that right? Yeah, you got mad at me. Oh, yeah. Oh, you like your neck? Yeah. You like your chin scratched? Yeah. Yeah, I feel good. Yeah. Yeah. So funny, Eric. And that's right, Skeletor. Cats are independent. I like all animals. Yes, Darby, they do. They love catnip. He has a toy that has catnip in it, in fact. Ain't that right? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Mommy's baby. Yes, you are. I know you're going to want down in a minute. He's actually being calm, which surprises me. Because normally he won't let me hold him for this long. Unless I'm laying in bed. There he goes. All right. Okay. Hey. Mommy, take you back. Hold on. He wants down now. Come on. All right. Go find Wolfie. Where did he go? He let me hold him for longer than I thought he would. Yeah, maybe. Oops. Of course, Gina. That's the way they all are. But I'll tell you what, that white one I got in there, he's clingy. I mean, he may not listen to you either, but I'm telling you, when he's affectionate, he's very, very affectionate. Excuse me. Toby can be that way too, but he won't let you hold him for long. Unless you're like laying on the couch or laying in the bed. And then he'll come in there and sleep with me. So. Yep. That's it, Bob. So, yeah, they're very independent. I think that's why I like them too, though. Wolfie, he's starting to remind me more of a dog. Because he just whines and whines and whines most time. Unless you're giving him attention. No, my other cat's smaller than him. But I put him back in the living room behind the fence. Because if I had to put a little gate up. If not, Toby'd be over here scratching on my door all the time. Like what he was doing before. Yeah, it's just a little gate I put up. Where my wall is. To block him, to keep him in the living room. So he can't come down the hall. Okay, Darby. Well, you get some sleep, honey. Sweet dreams to you, girlfriend. I hope your appointment goes well tomorrow. I want to know what the sex of the baby is. Okay. I mean, hey, Scott. Yeah, I deserve to find out first, Darby, before everybody else does. I want to know. I want to know if Spirit was right. I'm trusting Spirit. Sorry about that, y'all. Dang, it is 3 o'clock already. You're so funny, Eric and Bob. Hello, Norville, Cody. I'm good. I'm gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? This is true, Gina. Spirit said it's a girl. Don't shoot the messenger, like I said. I told Darby for entertainment purposes only, but Spirit's telling me it's a girl. And that's what the pendulum said, too, but that's the only downside is I don't trust the pendulum as much. Y'all are so funny. Okay, Aussie girl. Well, I'm here, honey. That's right, Skeletor. Mm. Wow, Gina. Your son was a big baby. I think I was almost, I could have sworn my mama told me I was like over 8 pounds. Just saying. Angry at life. Yeah, some are. Mm. You're so funny, Eric. Seriously, Gina. Could you had imagine Pip pushing that baby out? Woof. Mm-mm. Man, just the thought of that just makes me want to make sure, like, yeah, that like, nothing's ever going on again. Just for that reason. Yep. Well, guess what? Mm. Oh, wow, period monster. She was a premature baby. That's awesome to hear, honey. I'm happy your baby girl's doing well and she's healthy. That's a miracle. Norville? I don't know, honey. Someone may not have liked it. I don't know. Yes, Aussie girl, that's correct. That's me, honey. Make sure you put the friends and family when you do it. But you're on the right one. Thank you for verifying that. I always forget to tell people that. Because I do have a profile picture on my PayPal and my other account. Oh, Crystal. Well, honey, thank you for stopping in. I'll be back tomorrow night, or I should say tonight. At least it's Friday for me now. So, I hope your shoulder and your wrists get better. They feel better. Sending you healing, love, and light, honey. Sweet dreams to you. Well, thank you for apologizing, Norville Cody. You just gotta understand, baby. I get a lot of trolls in here that come in here and want to act a fool and disrupt the stream. So, my mods help to protect me from all that. No, I'm sorry, Crystal. What do you mean you're not okay, Norville? Why, what's wrong with you, sweetheart? Dang, I just got cold all of a sudden. You know, Crystal, I just did my laundry the other night. And I don't have no help with my stuff either, honey. You just keep being strong. I had shoulder surgery, Crystal, so I get the whole thing about the shoulder. I had rotator repair surgery last February. So I can relate the shoulder. And I do get some pain in my wrist now and then. Darn it, Chief. I was hoping I got rid of you for the night. No, I'm kidding, baby. Oh, wow, Eric, you're so bad. Yikes, Eric. I've only ever had one kidney stone, and it was small, but it didn't feel too good, I can tell you that. So that stone must have had some rough edges on it. Hey, Chief, that's a good thing. I like it when you're here. We all like it. Of course, 420 must have went to sleep because I haven't seen him in a while. I haven't seen Eternal in a while either. Oh, Gina wants to scoop on Jennifer, Chief. You know. I know. Where did Sonny go? But Chief's gonna let me know first before the rest of y'all. Ain't that right, Chief? Yes, we know her name. Chief told us her name. And I bet she's beautiful too, Chief. I'm glad. I can't wait, Chief. Be waiting, baby. I bet she is, Chief. You know, Chief, she may turn out to be one of them crazy ones, though, baby. So you gotta be careful. Yeah, I want to feel that way again too, Spirit. Wow. You'll wear your hockey equipment. I'm just saying, baby. Really? Why do some of y'all do this? Oh, is that right, Chief? Oh, so you get to run into her constantly then. All you gotta do is go into Walmart, like you can buy on something. You're really there to, like, you know, get her, huh? Can't wait. Why are y'all so afraid of love? Like y'all, some of y'all got some confusing energy in here. Exactly, Eric. I know, Chief. You be going in there just to see her. And you be making a crazy list like, let's see, is there anything I need that I need to go to Walmart for? Hi, Christopher. I am. How you doing, baby? It's been a minute since I seen you last. You spent 50 and Phil for some bananas. I bet you do, Chief. Well, baby, I mean, did you look at her hand? Was she wearing a ring? Hi, Gremlin. How you doing, honey? Right, Eric? You've been buying out all the cereal, buying all the milk, all the eggs, all that stuff you can get. I bet you got more toilet paper than you know what to do with, right? Oh, that's so bad. So bad. Y'all something else. Okay. I reckon I got work to do. So how much toilet paper you got over there, Chief? Can I borrow some? Yes, Aussie girl, I got it, sweetheart. Thank you, honey. Let's ask Spirit about Bob's new love. You mean ask Spirit about Chief's new love? And there you go, Eric. Okay, Aussie girl. What's your question, honey? Or do you just want a general? Okay, honey. Well, thank you for doing that, because I think I need to use the ladies' room really quick, too, myself. I'll be right back. Oh, Chief. What am I going to do with you, baby? this over. Okay. Y'all are so funny. Hello, Bennett. How you doing? Where did Scott go? Hey, and you know, Chief, you can always buy the lady a single rose and give it to her. Get her reaction, see what she says. You never know. I'm sure you did. Yes, baby. Buy her a single rose. It don't have to be red, baby. Get her a pink one. Just to let her know, you know, you're interested. Just give it to her. Surprise her one day. At work, even. And hand it to her. Might make her day. You never know. Unfortunately, baby, I've heard over the years, most women don't get flowers anymore. So it's like, I don't know what happened. Like, what happened to the old days when, you know, ladies got flowers? Just saying. Be a little romantic, baby. You never know. She may not have ever been given flowers before. You just never know. Hell, Chief, you can always even write her a little note and just say, listen, I like you. You know, just see what happens, baby. You never know. Okay, let me get to Aussie girl. It depends, Aussie girl, like beautiful. What is it that you want to know the most? Like what's on your heart the most right now? I don't do third-party readings, okay, which is like asking about how someone else thinks or feels who's not currently present. But I can give you like from your standpoint and the surrounding energy around you, like how you can proceed going forward and what the outcome of that would be, kind of thing. So you tell me, beautiful. Oh, thank you. 4LY554. You're very sweet, honey. High life therapy. Y'all are sweet. Y'all gonna start making me blush here in a minute. So, Aussie girl, what you want, sweetheart? I'll do anything. Like, I can even go through and just ask Spirit directly. Like, I can pull a card and ask Spirit to give me a theme, the overall theme, if you just want a general reading. And that way, Spirit will just bring forward the messages that they feel is most important for you to know right now. Okay, Aussie girl. I'll do that for you, girlfriend. Let's see. Let me get a general theme of this first. Let's see what Spirit wants to talk about with you the most. And then go from there. That'll help. Oh, I can't use this one. Doggone it. Let's see. No, I can. Never mind. If I have to pull out 2, I will. Yeah, I mean, it don't have to be red, baby, because red does represent love. Get her like a pink one. Because you don't want to give her a lot of, I mean, you could give her a yellow one, but yellow means friendship. You know, I would think pink just because you're not saying you love her, but, you know, there's an attraction there. Just my opinion, baby. But ladies like that. Even some of you guys like roses too, but unfortunately I know many of y'all never had a lady buy y'all roses, which is disappointing to me. Because I love to buy my man flowers. Let me tell you, I'm the hopeless romantic type. I like to buy my man flowers, write him love letters, give him poems I've written, do all that kind of stuff. Alright. Let me focus on Aussie girl, y'all. Let me do her reading. Alright, Spirit. Give me an overall general thing. What's the overall general energy around Aussie girl for this reading? What's the overall general overall energy for this reading for Aussie girl? Please, thank you. Okay, Spirit. Show me overall energy for this general collective, for this general reading for Aussie girl. What's the overall thing? No, Spirit, you can't give me all them cards. One card. Overall theme for Aussie girl. Dang. You got a heavy heart right now. You're worrying about a lot, Aussie girl. What's on your mind, sweetheart? This must be around your family, girlfriend. I guess Spirit's fixing to show me exactly this. Hi, Mustafa. Oh, hey, Kenyenza. How you doing, baby? It's good to see you. Hi, Star. I'm not trying to ignore y'all beautiful people. I'm doing a paid reading right now. Alright, which deck, Spirit? You know, just because what you asked about. Alright, Spirit, I got it. Okay. Alright, Spirit, show me. What is this? an energy, Spirit. Coming towards Aussie Girl. Well, it's a lot of major arcana here. Leo Spirit. It's possible outcome. Spirit. Yes, I am, Kienzo. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too, honey. And I just got hot all of a sudden. Crap. Clarify, Spirit. Clarify the Lover's. Spirit. Dang. I've seen it somewhere else. That's crazy. You know, Aussie girl, I don't know what's going on with you, beautiful. But it's like the cards here aren't telling me like things aren't really that bad. I just feel maybe there's more of great anxiety and worry on your end more than anything. That things, you know, and beautiful, don't take this as like I'm judging you because I'm not. So please do not misunderstand me. But I almost get the feeling like how some of us can get when things start going a little sideways. You know, things seem to be good. Everybody seems to be happy, getting along. You know, like you're on cloud nine kind of energy, right? And then suddenly something just knocks you out of nowhere. That kind of like knocks some wind out of your sails a little bit, and it kind of throws you off, and things might get a little rocky. You know, whether that could be, you know, like an illness. Maybe it has to do with finances. Maybe it's someone not giving as much of themselves or being attentive as another, you know. and so on, we suddenly start thinking the worst. Like we allow our heads kind of run wild from us to where we start overanalyzing and overthinking every little thing to the point that it drives us crazy. And we're constantly thinking the worst instead of having hope that things are going to work out for the better. Because what I got to tell you, beautiful, is when you focus on the worst, like the worst possible outcome, and don't get me wrong, okay? Think of the worst possible outcome, yes, to be prepare yourself, but don't allow that to be the focus of your energy. Because if you do, you'll end up finding that what you feared is going to end up coming out to be reality because you put more of your energy into those thoughts instead of focusing on making things better or how you can go about it and what you can do on your end to help contribute to the situation to make things smoother. So, at least you did something to try and make things better, whether the other people involved, are willing and receptive to it and still giving their, as much as you're trying to give. That's debatable, but you also can't control what other people do here either. The only person you have control over is yourself. And the thing about it is you also can't control what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday, that's already done and gone. There's no going back. All you can do is focus on the present. Like what has happened yesterday that's still playing in the present. That's like spilling over. Like say, just an example, let's just say, I'll use me as an example. My car broke down a couple months ago. And guess what? It's still broken down. Why? Because I haven't had the money to get it fixed yet. So that's still playing very much in my, present energy right now. Even though it happened 2 months ago, it's in my present because I still haven't been able to address it yet. Kind of different, you see. But I'm making, I'm doing everything I can on my end to get the money to get the car fixed so I can have my car back because I absolutely need a car. But you see, what could have I done before then to make sure the car didn't break down? Really nothing because it's, it's 22, 23 years old and those things are about to happen when cars hit a certain mileage. So, could I probably have gotten to the repairs a little sooner or could have I done something else? Maybe had a couple of parts switched out sooner? Maybe. But, there's nothing I can do about that. I can't focus and kick myself in the butt and be like, damn, why didn't I just have those parts fixed, when I had the money back then instead of waiting for something to go wrong and now I don't have the money? There's nothing I can do, you see? So it's kind of like a waste of energy, Aussie girl. I don't know if that makes sense to you, honey. But I'm pulling more cards for you and I'm getting some oracle cards to help. Because I want to help you as much as I can with this, with what's going on. And I do see Spirit did pull out where it surrounds, like you mentioned, your family. So, Spirits are acknowledging something that seems to be top of mind for you. So they are trying to address this, but I think it's all in how you look at things too, beautiful. Like, I feel like there is some burdens here, but I'm not getting like it's as bad as it could be. Maybe that's just me. I don't know, but the energy I'm not picking up, like, it could be worse, sure. Could it be better? Yeah, things can always be better. And I feel like Spirit wants you to listen to yourself too, Aussie girl. And I feel like Spirit's been trying to communicate with you, kind of help guide you to kind of calm down even your worries and your fears. You see, I mean, here it is, right here. Spirit even saying exactly what I just kind of said to you. So, it's all in a matter of perception, honey. You can be, you can be proactive or you can be reactive. And I try myself personally to be proactive. And I feel that, beautiful. I do. And beautiful, I'm not saying that there's not times to over worry. I do understand that. I do understand those times where it's like, it's just things are that heavy. It's like things just seem to be going, excuse my language, but going to hell in a handbasket. I get that too. I've had moments like that. But Aussie girl, let me tell you something. I'll give you a quick background on me in case you don't know. I was forced to sell my house a couple years ago. Didn't want to, but I had to. Why? Because my insignificant other refused to get a job to help pay for this house after he got laid off from his job. So it put me in an unfortunate situation that I had no control over. Because unfortunately for me, I already tore my shoulder and I needed shoulder surgery to fix it. And I didn't have the money then to get it fixed. So it's not like I could go and get a job, but even if I could, would it have been enough to keep the house? No, because there was no money coming in. So the only option, and thankfully, we had been in that house more than 20 years, where there was equity built up in that house. So that when we sold it, we got money out of it, plus there was enough money to be able to look at into the future, to be able to buy another home. I hated having to sell it, but I did. That was the only choice. I had to make that choice. And even though it scared me, and I did worry, I'm not going to sit here and pretend and act like I didn't. I didn't allow it to stress me out either. And I had to put my faith in the universe and trust that everything was going to be okay. And that's what I did. I actually did believe that. And Spirit kept showing me and telling me that it was going to work out. It was going to be okay. To not worry. That it wasn't going to end up as badly as some of my relatives had thought or feared. And so, believe it or not, I told my family, and this is how I put it to them. I said, let me say this to y'all. Y'all worried, because y'all worried about where we're going to go next. I said, but you got to understand the situation we're in first, but second, understand me when I say this to you, that if we're meant to stay in this house, the universe, God, divine, they're going to pave the way. He's going to make it easy for me to be able to keep this house if it's meant to be. But if it's not, then that tells me we're not supposed to be here anymore. And what ended up happening? Turned out we weren't meant to be there. Why? Because when I listed that house on the market, in the kind of housing market we've been in these last few years, it blew my mind. That house sold in less than 3 weeks. It was gone. And it sold for more than 3 times, or close to 3 times what I paid for it. Never thought that would happen. But you see, that was the universe telling me we weren't meant to be there anymore. And I had to trust that. But, even through all that, Aussie girl, I have this saying, I have this positive affirmation that I always say to myself. Even when life is going good, it's still my reminder, okay? And this is me trying to manifest something good in my life. Trying to keep my head, held high, be positive. I always look in the mirror today, and I always say out loud to myself, everything's going to work out perfectly in my favor. And I say those words until I believe it, and I believe it in my soul, like in my spirit, in my core being. And, does that mean that, suddenly if I needed, a bag full of money to drop in my lap right now, which would be nice so I could get my car fixed? No, I'm not saying that. But what it does is it changes my mindset. It changes my focus. It makes me focus on a positive of what I have to get to and take care of for the day. And instead of walking out that door and facing the world, looking down at the ground, I'm able to hold my head up high and look people in the eye instead of looking away. I'm able to get the extra boost of energy I need to go a step further than to be held back and be like, well, what's the point of it? It's not going to change anything. That's not just It's not the right energy or attitude to have, if that makes any sense. So, like I said, beautiful. I'm not saying there can't be things here that can cause you to worry, stress, overthink. That's human nature, beautiful. So don't kick yourself in the behind for that. You know, it's just focus on the positive. You know, be the one that looks at things. If there are problems, if there's issues, things that need to be addressed, well, focus on the positive. What can you do to change the outcome that's in your control? Not what other people around you control. What can you control? And that's what you focus on. And you make the efforts. Now, you know, does that mean it's going to change the dynamic of everything? It might. It may not. When you got other people involved in your energy that it affects, you know, like your family, you know, you had asked about, well, it might, you know, charge them up to want to do something to try and change what they can in their control too. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe they just don't want to. And again, you can't control what they do. You can only control what you do and how you react to it. That's how you got to focus on that. You know, I know things can be challenging, beautiful. Man, don't I know. You know, if you even knew half my story these last 8 years, but I don't allow it to get me down. And I keep fighting. And I keep believing that things will get better. And I will get through another day. And I'm going to figure it out. And I'm going to trust the universe is going to help me to figure it out. And help guide me towards those answers on how to make it better. And it does end up out better. 9 times out of 10. Because you know what ended up happening? Aussie girl. Even though I was forced to sell my home. Believe it or not. This house I'm in right now. I had it built a year ago. So it's a brand new home. Never ever did I think giving up my old house would lead me down the road of being able to buy a brand new house, a brand new built house. But it did. That blew my mind. Now, if that doesn't, if that's not the divine, if that's not the universe, if that's not, you know, God, whatever, you know, label you want to call them by, helping and supporting me and showing me that, yes, it was the right decision what I did, I don't know what is. Because it was never ever, I never ever would have thought this would have been a possibility. Just as an example, sweetheart. So, you just focus on the positive. I'm not saying I'm not saying detach from reality. That's not what I'm saying either. You know, but be realistic about what it is you're looking at, what it is you're trying to obtain, where you're trying to go, you know. And then set those goals. Set those, you know, short-term goals, the ones that are realistic, the ones you know you can meet, and the long-term goals. And then take it one step at a time. But don't always think the worst. Don't allow things to get, you know, caught up in your head, thinking it's not going well, you know. And if you really think that it's not going as good as, you know, it could be, that's when you kind of, you know, open up and be vulnerable and talk to the people it involves. They can't possibly know how you feel unless you tell them and you openly communicate that with them. Same thing is true for them. Yep, this is true, Chief. You're right. So, um, like I said, I see that you're stressing, you're not sleeping well. Um, whatever's going on in your life, it's consuming you, it seems, and it's keeping you distracted from the other things that need your time and attention too. You know, Spirit showing me though, you know, that things are going to get better. You know, whatever is, you know, stressing and wearing you out now, I don't feel like it's anything that you need to worry about so heavily. I don't feel like, you know, things are going to get worse. You know, whatever it is, I feel like if you can remain positive and stay focused, And do your part and trust in what you have built with your family. Trust the foundation. Trust the love in your family, in your life. Then I feel like it will work out. It may take some time, which means having patience. And that's a hard thing for many of us to have, you know, but it goes along with that saying, patience is a virtue. And it's true. But Spirit's saying that it will get better, you know, if you just hang in there. You know, beautiful, but why do you feel like they don't love you, sweetheart? I mean, because I see that they do love you. Maybe is that your perception, honey? Like, why do you feel like, and when you say family, beautiful, fill me in on what you mean by family. You're talking about your parents, your siblings, you know, are you talking about a significant other and kids? Like, who's this family dynamic? Because I believe if you know, you were to sit down and talk to them, they may not even realize that maybe you feel the way you do. Sometimes people don't even recognize that they might be doing something that could be making someone else feel like they're not loved, they're not welcomed, and so forth. You know, is it because you don't feel like they're helping you enough? You know, do you feel like because they just leave all their problems on you and expect you to fix them and don't want to offer their hand and help with the situation? Is it because they don't say they love you enough or validate you and give you those words of affirmation? Is it because they're not being affectionate? Like, what is it that they're not doing, beautiful, that makes you feel that way? Because I see you got a lot invested in this. I see you got seeds planted in the ground. I see things moving forward for you. I just feel like maybe it might be time for you to get out of your own way and just have faith. And not, you know, maybe what, you know, you're asking of them, maybe it's not something that's within them. Or like I said, maybe they're not aware if they're doing anything wrong. Or that doesn't, you know, speak to your heart and make you feel loved. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Hi, beautiful Lynn. How you been, girlfriend? Oh, they've gotten big, girlfriend. How you doing? You know, Aussie girl, you know, yeah, I can see where that's kind of causing a problem. I do see that. You know, well, I know you ain't dead, honey, but I ain't seen you in a while. Aussie girl, like I see your mom and your sister, like you said, they're your world. You know, it's the only family you have. And I understand that um, in many ways. I can relate to that. Um, Aussie girl, you know, I see, you know, there's a lot of love here, you know, because, like, you talk about the lovers, don't think of this lovers as just being romantic. The lovers card can be family and it could be friends too. It just doesn't only apply to romantic. So, you and your family right here, and I do see what you say, you know, they are the center of your universe, the center of your world. I get that. I get they are the most important people to you. You know, Spirit is making that clear. This is the first thing. And this is your present energy right now. Okay. And I see there's, you know, obviously a foundation here where, you know, you've made the investment into this relationship, you know, with both your mom and your sister. And maybe your sister is ugly, and I'm sorry that she has a drinking problem. That's really sad. I would hope she would get some help. But again, I'm seeing here, like the first thing that's coming towards you, you know, these are a few things that I pulled out, that I asked Spirit, like what's coming towards you when it comes to what you're worrying about, what's keeping you up at night. You know, and they're showing me, like, here's the Lovers again. I can't show you the picture because they're naked. But here's the Lovers, okay? And with the Lovers is the Seven of Pentacles. And this is all about your roots being planted, like you planting seeds in the ground, building your foundation. But it means it's going to take time. The added, you know, energy and investment you've made into your family, into making these relationships stronger, trying to get along, you know, giving them that love and care, you know, maybe not getting so much of it back, but you've been giving to them, right? This also, the Seven of Pentacles also means it takes time. It means having the little patience of things to work itself out, to believe, again, in the divine, in the universe, that things are going to work itself out and that you're going to, you know, feel more welcome or feel more love from your family, especially your mom. I can tell that that's really a sore spot for you. You know, I could tell that, you know, it hurts you because I could feel it in my heart right now. How much that relationship has been impacted by the actions of your sister. Beautiful, but have you told your mama that? Have you told your mama, like, mama, you know, can I get like a little more affection? Or, you know, do you just feel like maybe, has she always been that way? Has she not been attentive? Has she not been, you know, that loving, nurturing mother that we all think of when we go to like our best friend's house and spend the night, and their mom's like so loving and nurturing to us like we're their kid too? That kind of energy? Like, has she always been that cold person? And if the answer is yes, then that tells me like that could also be what's driven your sister to be drinking. Like maybe your sister's trying to bury her pain because, like you, she doesn't feel like she's being loved. She doesn't feel like she's being well taken care of. Like she doesn't have a mom who's being nurturing to her, caring, understanding, supportive, all these different aspects that we would all want and look for in our mom. And that I understand too. And I know that is hard. And I know it's hard. But beautiful, I feel like you got to have that conversation with your mama. You know, she can't possibly know you feel the way you do without you communicating that. She may not even know. She may not even recognize that she's not being as loving and nurturing, attentive to you as you feel you need. That's why you got to open that door and communicate to her, which I feel like is why this is all here right here. I feel like if you open this door and, you know, talk to your mom and just say to her, I need some attention. You know, can I get some more of that mother-daughter time? You know, Mom, can you and I go out and do something and leave other sis here? Just you and I, one-on-one attention. And have that conversation with her. And just say, Mom, I want to talk to you, but, you know, can we go and do something fun too? And what's something fun that your mom would like to do? You know, make that suggestion and take her out. You know, treat her to a day, just you and her. A mom and daughter day. There's nothing wrong with asking for that either from her. But I don't feel like some people are as perceptive or pay as much attention to their surroundings as maybe others do, like yourself. So I get the feeling. Was her parents that way? Like, is she not willing to change? Is she not willing to try and make things right? You know, I would say, Mom, can we go, to like some kind of counseling or something? She just may not be an affectionate person. It kind of, wow. It makes me think of a couple of the women in my family. They weren't very affectionate. They never have been very affectionate. Um, in all the years that I've known them, I mean, I think if I ever got a hug from them, I think it's because I initiated the hug, not because they did, but it's because I did. Beautiful, and that's a sad state of affairs. She's not willing to change, especially to help maintain her relationship with you. But I get like maybe that's probably part of your sister's problem. She doesn't feel like your mom cares for you or her, so what's the point of her being sober? At least, if she drinks a little bit, she can escape from her reality, which that's not something I would suggest anyone do. She never hugs. Yeah. Wow. I'm really sorry to hear that. That breaks my heart. And that stinks for you because you deserve that motherly love from her, that affection, that attention. I mean, does she even, does she at least, praise you? Because I'm wondering if her love language is different. Her love language might be, she may not be affectionate, but maybe her love language, the way she shows her love is either by words of affirmation, gifts, acts of service, or quality time would be the other four. So out of the four I just listed, is there any of those four that you feel like your mom does out of all of them? And then, if you tell me yes, beautiful, that would be my way of saying to you, listen to your mama's love language then. She may not give you the kind of love in the way you expect it, but it just may not be her love language. It may not be the way she expresses it, but maybe there's something else she does to express her love to you. I understand you may need more, but I feel like, make the most of what you got with her. Um, you know, I get, some type of heavy energy with her. I feel like, for whatever reason, Spirit's letting me know your mom is struggling with something. I feel like she's been struggling with it for many years, in fact. I don't know how that plays to you. I feel like you might know, but maybe not. And I feel like maybe your mom's kept you in the dark about that. But, even with your sister, like, have you even tried getting your sister help? Like, sis, you know, drinking all the time is not going to help you. It's not going to fix your problems. It might make you feel better in the moment, but come tomorrow, after you go to sleep and you're sober, the problems are still going to be there. What are you running from? Lean on me. Let me help you. Let me be your sister. And we can work on this together as a family and see how your sister reacts. But don't do it while she's drinking, sweetheart. Wait for her to be sober and do it with her before she starts drinking. And have that sisterly talk with her and just say, I'm here for you. I'm worried about you. I care about what happens to you. I don't want our relationship to go up in smoke or go down a liquor bottle and be wasted away. I want to make the most of the time we have. Okay, our mother obviously is cold. She's not going to show us the kind of love and attention we both are craving. But it doesn't mean we can't be here for each other as sisters and love and be nurturing to each other and have each other's back. Because let me tell you something beautiful. I remember my mom had told me years before she died, um, she had 4 kids. And unfortunately, we got separated. Not because my mama did anything wrong, okay? She didn't do anything wrong. But unfortunately, because she wasn't working when she decided to leave my father, um, the judge handed my father custody of us kids. And then something happened that made me be placed with my mother some years later. My younger sister got placed with my dad's aunts and or his sisters and his parents, which were my aunts and grandparents. So we're separated, okay? And I know my mama had a lot of hurt and regret, the fact that her kids were separated and that we all didn't grow up together and weren't as close as she would have liked to see us be. So, she tried talking to me, and I know she probably talked to my other siblings too, but she tried saying to us, listen, when I die and when your dad die, all y'all are going to have is each other. So y'all need to learn how to make amends, get along, and be there for each other. Lean on each other, you know. And I don't know if it really hit home as deep as maybe it needed to before she died. But did I start to understand it after she was gone more? Yeah. And she was right in many ways. But again, using me as an example here. Like I said, I can semi-relate to this. My younger sister, she don't want nothing to do with me either, okay? It don't matter how much love I show that girl. She don't want nothing to do with me. And you would think, well, what's wrong with you, Amanda? Are you an evil person? No. My sister blames me for why my family was separated. She feels like it's my fault. It's my fault because she didn't get to be raised by my mama. That's what she hates me for. And that's it. And she hasn't been able to come around and come to terms. Even us later in our adult years, as I'm 44, my sister just turned 41. She still doesn't see us being close like that. And she could be very selfish. So, what can I do? Nothing. Honey, I done tried. I tried making amends with my sister. I tried making things work. I even tried doing things that I felt like I really shouldn't have had to do because I did nothing wrong. But in her eyes, I did. To try and make things and smooth it out, it won't matter what I do. She's not receptive to me. Okay. So I keep her at a distance. And my younger brother, she's the same way with him. She will not interact with him either. And my younger brother even says, look, she don't call to check on us. She don't call to find out how I'm doing. Why should I care about how she's doing? That's his attitude. And I get it. But it's not the way my mama wanted it for us. But me and my baby brother, we're like 2 peas in a pod. We're very close. So I'm thankful for that relationship. So I make sure I nurture that relationship. Because I know how important I am to my brother. Because like you, me and my brother, we have of each other. Our parents are gone. Our other siblings, they're just, at arm's length, you can say, but they're 3,000 miles away. He's married with, 3 kids. I have an insignificant other, but, that's another story in itself for another day. But still, it comes back to me and my brother. So we do lean on each other. So again, beautiful. I would try and have that conversation with your sister and try and get her some help. Okay? It doesn't hurt to not try and communicate, but you got to do it at the right time. And beautiful, you also got to do it in a way that your sister doesn't feel like she's being attacked either or being judged. Because if you do that, even when she's sober, she's probably going to shut down. So what I would encourage you to do, I would encourage you to reach out to someone who specializes in helping people who are dealing with an alcohol, substance abuse addiction. Talk to a counselor that can help you and help you work through this relationship to find the right timing of how to approach your sister to try and work that out. And that's hard, Aussie girl. But beautiful, you know, and I get you probably want to give up on her. But I know you don't want to give up on her, because if you did, you wouldn't be here right now asking about your family. You know, maybe at first you don't succeed, right? Like you're telling me. You tried talking her into going to AA. Doesn't mean you give up. You keep going. You keep trying. You do it until you succeed. Okay, so let's say, for example, Aussie girl, let's just say that, okay, this first time around, your sister said absolutely not. What can you learn from that you know differently to not do the next time you try and have this conversation with her again? Like, what words were said that maybe you may not want to use the next time? Maybe she had a different reaction. Maybe if you come from a different point of view, a different way, maybe she'll be more receptive. You know, and that's why I say maybe. Maybe it's you needed to reach out to someone who, like at AA, you know, because she would need a sponsorship if she were to try this. Talk to someone from AA and ask them for their help, their guidance, because they've had to go through this themselves. You know, that's why they become sponsors, and see if they'll help you and guide you on how to talk to your sister, especially knowing your sister's lost her home, and that's terrible in itself, and I hate to hear that. But understand me, beautiful, your sister losing her home and all that, it's really crappy that even through all that, she still didn't find a way to wake herself up, to get herself some help. But then at the same time, I understand, you know, I'm no medical professional by any means, okay? But I understand, you know, from the outside that, you know, alcoholism, it's an addiction. And, you know, when you're so deep in it, it's hard to get yourself out of that bottle once you've been down it. And boy, I mean, I've heard people tell me, just like it is with like drugs, illegal drugs, the body goes through withdrawals. And that's a lot of what they fear, is how they feel when they're sober. Because their body, they become very sick. They start getting sick to the stomach. And I just saw a purple spirit orb. You know, they get nauseous. You know, they can't think clearly. They're tired. You know, they just have no energy. They don't want to do nothing. They become depressed and all these other things. So beautiful. Does she live with you, Aussie girl? So your sister doesn't live with you. Do you know where she lives? Like, could someone else reach out to her? Maybe it's not you that goes over there at first. Like I said, maybe it's a sponsor that, you know, goes over there without you being there and has that conversation, you know, because they're professional, you know, they've come from that already, you know, and some of them even got a degree to where they can approach it from a different point of view to help your sister get the help she needs. And it may just take the right person with the right words, with the right understanding, and to come to them and not, you know, judge them and say, look at your life, you've lost everything, you know, you want to lose your life now? Because it sounds like to me, when people get in that state, it really shakes the world. I've heard people tell me that, you know, they end up start drinking because they found out that their significant other cheated on them or their significant other left. And so maybe they were doing drugs before, and now suddenly, well, it's not just the drugs now. Now they want alcohol too. And that helps them to forget. So there's like something else there that your sister's running from, beautiful, is what I'm saying to you. And it might mean someone like them has to come in. They might be your hope, is what I'm giving you. And I feel like that's what Spirit's even saying here. There is this opportunity to fix this, but you need outside professional help to come in to help, you know, calm and rebuild this family unit with you, your mom, and your sister. Okay? Maybe it can't be your mom. Maybe your mom just, you know, she looks at y'all like both of y'all are grown and y'all can take care of yourselves. Maybe that's the way she thinks. I don't know. I don't know the woman, so I can't speak. You know, I'm just saying. But maybe that's her perspective. Because I know some parents who think that way too. It's like, I already raised you. You know, I gave you life. I took care of you for all these years. Now it's time for you to be an adult and take care of yourself. Find your way. Live your own life now. Some are that way. And that's sad too. Because I know people end up missing that connection with their parents, with their siblings, with, you know, their extended family. So I feel like you have an opportunity here because, you know, let me go through the rest of this real quick and I'm going to get to why I'm saying this to you too. Because Spirit's showing me there is a possibility of this is going to change. This is the wheel of fortune. Spirit's showing me things are going to change. That there's a positive change coming in. There's a turning of this wheel. What hasn't happened, you know, the things that have gone wrong, Spirit's saying like karma's going to come in and switch this around. Where you're going to have opportunity. And it's even being confirmed by this Empress. And the Empress is a very abundant, very creative, intuitive. You know, the Empress is someone who has a lot of great, wonderful ideas. And they're also someone who has a lot of life experience, a lot of wisdom, a lot of knowledge. You know, so I feel like this is like the hero that's going to come in and help this. I feel like this can be you, yes, but I feel like there's someone else here that's going to walk it, excuse me, beside you. You're going to be one that starts the idea and puts you know, start it in motion, but someone else is going to come in and help you. Otherwise, you know, I can see where there might be challenges because the challenge here is the King of Cups. And the King of Cups, and don't pay attention to the gender, beautiful, okay? This can be like you, or this can be your sister or your mom, showing me more of your masculine energy as we have both divine feminine, divine masculine. So instead of me reading the card upright, the energy is more upside down. So it's the opposite, okay? So a King of Cups is someone who, you know, moves into life more with their heart than using their head, you know, using their logic, using their rationale, analyzing things. You know, they're more heart first over head. And that's not a bad thing. But this tells me like someone here was like more, you know, led their life with their heart first. But I get the feeling this energy got thrown off. Something has happened that has turned them cold. Like I said, your mom cold, but even your sister to be the, you know, alcoholic she's become, unfortunately. And now that kind of leaves you. Like, what do you do now? You need some clarity. Like, how do you fix this? How do you get those loving people to be here for you, you know, and to join in, you know, because the Ace of Swords is all about clarity here. And here it is, Ten of Cups. You know, Ten of Cups is all about happily ever after. So think of family, think of foundation. You know, you can think of this as, you know, being married with a home and kids, or this is like your family with your mom and your sister. You know, so this is your mom and your sister and you. You're happily ever after here. Where Spirit's showing me things are going to change and you're going to get clarity here. You know, like you see all this light coming in, you're going to get some kind of download here that's going to help you, that's going to direct you on what to do next and who to reach out to. Maybe there's someone you haven't thought about yet that might have the right way of going about this. But either way, you're going to get that clarity you need to be able to bring this back so things will be better. I'm not saying they're going to be perfect, beautiful. That's not what I'm saying either. But they will get better if you're willing to give it the time and allow Spirit Allow and trust yourself even in this, Aussie girl. Trust your intuition. What does it keep telling you? You know, does spirit keep showing you something? Do they keep directing your eyes towards something? You know, or your ears? And maybe you just keep blowing it off like, why do I keep seeing these numbers? Or why do I keep seeing the same word? You know, something like that. They're trying to get your attention. And they're trying to let you know they're there for you. They're trying to help you. But you need to be more receptive to allowing them to come in too and take in the information and get those downloads that will help guide you on the right direction on what to do next. Because in the outcome, if you can get over the obstacle of, you know, someone, you know, not being, you know, as cold and be more opening, more welcoming, more receptive, you know, Spirit shows me there's an opportunity here. The Ace of Wands is all about opportunity. And this is like a fast acting opportunity that's going to come towards you. And you're going to have to act on it. Act fast on it, in fact. And here is the King of Cups again. So, like, I feel like this is partly you. But yeah, I could feel this being your sister and your mama too. Where they're going to all come in. And, you know, it's going to be like the opportunity of rebuilding this family, this dynamic, you know, trying to hear each other out, communicating. And that's the most important thing. You need to communicate. But you're going to have to drop some of these burdens too. Here's the Ten of Wands. Ten of Wands is all about burdens. So I understand this is a heavy burden. I understand this is heavy on your heart. But I understand it's a heavy burden you keep carrying on your shoulders. You're trying to carry all the weight for your family and trying to figure out how to put it together, how to make things better. You can't do it alone, is what Spirit's saying right here. You can't do it by yourself. You need help. You need outside help at that. But you also need to communicate with your mom and find a way to connect to your sister to work on this family unit again. Because there's an opportunity here, you know, and I do see how you're talking about how you say, like, you're trying to give all you got to this, but you're not receiving anything in return. I know that because I have the Four of Pentacles at the bottom. Four of Pentacles is an energy, you know, if you read it, you know, by, you know, the standard, it's an energy of someone who is either too reckless with their money, like they spend their money recklessly, you know, don't keep track of how much is in the bank. They just keep spending, spending, spending. Or someone who's frugal, okay, who holds on to their money too tightly. But it can also be read in a relationship dynamic of like you giving up all yourself to your mom to try and keep this relationship going, and even to your sister if she would reach out to you or if you could reach out to her, but not receiving anything in return. So it's kind of the same thing, just on an emotional level. Okay, so I do see that. I understand that too. Spirit's showing me that there's an opportunity of changing this, but you got to be committed to this. Because their advice is get excited again, like have hope. Have hope that your family, the dynamic, what you want, what you foresee for your family in the future, have more hope. Manifest it. You want your family back. You want it to be happy and fulfilling. You want your sister sober. You want your mama to be more engaged in, you know, and be more interested in your life and in your sister's life. You know, you got to manifest that, which means think, you know, of it in your head. Instead of thinking of the worst possible outcome, just say, you know, and talk to the divine. I want my family back. I want my sister sober. I want my mom more engaged. I want us to be a family again, a healthy, well-balanced family. That's not a lot to ask for, okay? But you got to be willing to also give and get excited about it, is what Spirit's saying. You know, have hope here, okay? And if you can, there will be a matter of finding that balance. Everything needs to happen in moderation. So it means prioritizing what's most important. Well, from my standpoint on the outside looking in, Aussie girl, really, What's most important is trying to help get your sister sober first, because you can't get her engaged until she is sober, and she has to want to be sober too, and that's the thing. Yeah, she might, maybe she does come and say, okay, I'll go and, get myself cleaned up. I'll, spend whatever, however long in, rehab. Does that mean when she comes out that she may not fall off the wagon? No, beautiful. Unfortunately, from what I've heard, that people normally fall off the wagon once or twice before they get back up and they stay. Then they stay clean or they stay sober. So I'm not saying that she couldn't come out of there if she really wanted it, if she got around the right people to help her, and if she really wants it and works on the issues within herself that's caused her or makes her want to go drink all the time, that she couldn't come out of there and never, turn to alcohol again. I'm not saying that's not possible, but I'm giving you the reality of it. If she were to go and get help, just be prepared. She might fall off the wagon once, twice. Don't come down on her. Don't be so judgmental. And, that's the last thing that she needs to hear, because she's going to already know in herself she messed up. That's for her to answer to for herself. I'm not saying don't hold her accountable, but don't come down on her so hard either. Like I said, maybe she's not willing the first time. Maybe not even the second time. It might take time. But have hope that it can change, which means balance, prioritize. Prioritize your time, prioritize what you want, prioritize who gets help first, or, it might even mean that all three of y'all go into individual counseling, and then y'all come together once a week and have family counseling where all three of y'all sit down with a counselor and talk about the issues, you know. So I feel like there has to be both. That's going to help bring this dynamic back. But you can only do so much on your end. But Spirit showing me you're going to need outside help. So you got to prioritize this. If you really want this to get better, this has to be a priority. You got to really want it. Besides hoping for a better outcome, you have to really prioritize it. And then the hardest part, putting in the time, effort, and energy. Not just talking about it and hoping things, fall into line, but actually putting action, doing all the hard work it's going to take. And, being committed to it, being determined. Don't allow things to throw you off and then automatically think the worst and then throw your hands in the air and say, I give up. You keep doing it and you keep going until you succeed. And then if you feel like it's just reached a point where they just robbed you of all your peace, your serenity, your happiness, okay, there comes a point in time where it's not a matter of you giving up. It's that they taught you that, they gave up. It's not that you gave up on them. They gave up on themselves. And in the process, gave up on you. And that hurts. And I'm not saying it doesn't, because I know that happens a lot too. It does not mean you gave up. They just forced your hand, is all. And sometimes it just might mean you may have to walk it alone too, honey. And I think that's where I feel you would probably do good with finding people who you become close friends with. Instead of just focusing on only having your sister and your mom, what about your friends? What about your life? Don't you want to get married one day? Or don't you want to have a family? Like, build that outside dynamic. Your family doesn't have to be blood to you, beautiful. It can be whoever you want it to be. If that connection is there and it's receptive, it's both give and take on both sides. I got friends of mine who I look at them like family. They're no blood to me, but I love them like they're my blood. My daddy is technically my stepfather. So, not blood dad. But I love him like he's my blood. And he loved me like I'm his blood daughter. So you see, your family is what you make it, who you choose it to be. You know, you got the family you were born in here with, but then you also got the other you choose for yourself. That's what friends are for. That's like your family you choose. And you build on that and allow them to be there for you and lean on them. Just as much as you would want them to be there for you, you be there for them too. Ozzy girl, I understand that, beautiful, but what I'm saying to you is get outside help. You keep trying to fix this yourself. This is so much bigger than you, honey, because of you having a sister who has an alcohol problem. It's so much bigger than you. You can't fix this by yourself, but you keep trying. And that's what's not working here. You know, where did that card go? 10 of Wands. Where'd it go? If I can find my other 10 of Wands. You keep trying to carry the world on your shoulders and you can't. It's not going to work, honey. Okay. This is 10 of Wands. This is the classic image for 10 of Wands. I pulled 10 of Wands from a different deck. But this is 10 of Wands. This is you trying to carry all this weight by yourself. Spirit saying you can't. You have to drop some of the weight now and allow others to come in and help you. It's too big for you to fix by yourself, beautiful. I give you all love and credit in the world for wanting to and trying to make the effort. And I'm not saying, you know, it was fruitless for you to try. I'm not saying that either. But I'm saying is you've tried and you've done the best you can. Now allow someone else come in, you know, allow a professional come in and help guide you, you know, because there's a thing, beautiful. Okay, Aussie girl. Well, maybe you can't help your sister right now. But what about turning someone else to help you in your mom's relationship? Try there. It's still bigger than you is what I'm saying. You know, try bringing your mom into it and say, listen, Mom, you know, I'm suffering here. I keep worrying. I keep stressing. You know, I want our family to be better. I want our relationship to be better, but I don't feel like I'm getting anything in return from you. And it's like, am I doing something wrong? And that's what I don't know. But I feel like it would do us both good if we go to family counseling. Like, what I'm trying to say to you, Aussie girl, is, you know, like the whole saying about the whole definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. And I just saw a spirit orb. So spirit's wanting you to really listen to this. It's not going to change, beautiful. It means now. You have to pivot. You got to do something else. You got to try something new that you haven't done yet. And, you know, don't automatically think, you know, well, she's not going to go for it. Don't automatically already, you know, sabotage yourself and automatically assume. You don't know until you try. Try and truly try. And see what happens from there. You know. And if they still close the door on you, beautiful, you know what? That's going to suck for you. And, you know, my heart hurts for you. And, you know, and that's when I would tell you, maybe down the road, they'll change their minds. They'll open up. Maybe it'll change in the future. Maybe they're not ready. Or maybe they need to take some time and think about it first. You know, because maybe it just caught them off guard. But if it's really disrupting your life and your peace, I would encourage you, beautiful, lean on the people outside of your mom and your sister. What friends do you have? Who do you know that you can trust, that you can lean on? You know, maybe you're not close as you would like to be, But just maybe if you reach out to them and, try and, engage with them and build on that friendship, it might become closer and you'd be able to lean on them more. But it doesn't mean, beautiful, that you go and lay all your baggage on other people's shoulders either. Because that's going to leave someone else like, you know, like they just have nothing left. Especially if you keep approaching them with the same problems, like they have the answers for you. That's not going to make people outside want to be there for you, because then you start disrupting their peace and their serenity. So you're going to have to, be mindful of that, you know, that you understand, talk to your friends about it once, twice, like this, what's going on? Do you have any suggestions? Try it. And if it doesn't work, you know, there's nothing you can do. Your friends can't fix it either. But I'm saying, try and build a relationship with them so you have others in your corner. They may become more of your family than your blood does. I've seen that happen too. And there's nothing wrong with that, Aussie girl. There's nothing wrong with having friends that you look at like your family and you may grow to love them more than your blood family. Because some people have just come from downright ugly, nasty families that are just evil, who are narcissists, who just don't give a crap about them, period. And so, in turn, they've built their own family with their friends, and then they get of age, and then they go and find their partner and start their own family. And now their partner and their kids naturally become their immediate family. So, there is that too, beautiful. Yes, Gina, that's what I'm saying. There has to be a reason. Amen, Rex. Blood is thicker than water, but then water, you need water to live. I still feel like your sister's running from something. And until she faces that, whatever it is that has her wanting to drink all the time, that's not going to ever work. So she has to want help, but she has to want to face her demons that she's running from, that she's trying to use alcohol to cover it up with. Because there could even be something there, beautiful, that you may not know about your sister. And I'm not saying this is what's happening. I'm just going to give you an example. Maybe your sister got molested when she was young, and you don't know about that. And because maybe your mom, being the way she is, as you say, she's cold. Well, your sister didn't get that loving, supportive, care from your mom that she would need to have to deal with a trauma like that. And so now, your sister's running from it. She doesn't know what else to do. So, just think it could be something even like that. I hope that's not the case, but I'm just going to give you an idea of many times of what I've heard from people who have turned to alcohol and drugs. It is some type of trauma like that they're running from because they didn't get the love and support, or maybe, their loved ones, their parents didn't believe them. So they turn to alcohol and drugs to numb the pain, the lack of love, the lack of attention, nurture, care. And that hurts. I can understand why some people would do that, want to drown those emotions out. Doesn't excuse it. No, beautiful. It's just everybody has their own way of coping with things. And it sounds like to me your sister hasn't learned how to cope with her emotions, how to face the day in and day out of life, the good and things that aren't so good. So she needs to learn a new way of coping, how to cope and how to handle things. And I'm sure, it could probably be true for you too. Aussie girl, and I get that. I get you don't want to burden your friends, but beautiful, now might be the time. Because you're not getting the love and attention at home that you're needing. Yeah. Is that what you think it is, Aussie girl? Is that what your sisters told you? You know, yeah, I can understand the stability there. Your mom didn't provide a nice stability, a stable home if she's been married 5 times. That really stinks. I hate to hear that. I would, knowing how cold-hearted, as you say, your mama is, I mean, I can understand why guys didn't stay either if they're the ones that left her too. But she told you that. And so, and obviously your sister, because she obviously got married, either her ex-husband didn't give her the love and attention that she was lacking from your mom, or it was way too much. Like maybe your sister was asking or expecting a lot more than what they can give. Like, it's always hard sometimes because people always like wrap their heads around the idea of being in a romantic relationship, how they have this fixation like, oh, once I find my forever partner, I'm gonna be whole. I'll be fulfilled. I'll be happy. And it's like, wait a minute. You're supposed to be happy and fulfilled before. And that's what you should bring into that relationship, not be looking for someone else to fill a void. And maybe that's what your sister did. I can understand that, beautiful. I can. I could understand having to struggle with so many marriages, so many different men, and there's a lack of stability, a lack of security. There's no foundation. Every single time you think there might be a new foundation, and finally maybe a solid family unit, next thing you know, it gets disrupted again because the marriage doesn't last, and then your mom goes off and finds someone else. So I get that too. But Aussie girl, beautiful, you want my answer, honey, and what Spirit's telling me. It's time to look outside. It's time to look either for other people who are professionals that can help you, but also time to lean on your friends. I understand you don't want to burden them, but I'm sure they wouldn't look at you and what you're going through like a burden. It might even hurt them, the fact that you haven't opened up to them to let them know what's going on with you, with your mom and your sister, to where they could have been there for you more. But how can someone be there if they don't know? Which is also why communication is so important. It's like people can't do anything until they know how the other person's feeling and what's going on. You got to lay the cards on the table for them, you know. And it doesn't mean that every single person, in your friend group is going to step up to the plate and be that great friend that you need them to be. I'm not saying that either. But you'll at least get one or two who will want to be there and really, feel bad that they haven't been there more. But then they can't hold it against themselves for not being there. They didn't know because you didn't share that with them. Unless they don't ever ask you what's going on with you at home. And then you just shut them out and pretend like everything's fine. You can't be mad at them for not wanting to be there. But I genuinely feel, Aussie girl, you gotta lean in on your friends now. Look for your own family. You need to like your soul tribe is what you're looking for. Your soul tribe is, how we talk about soulmates. There's this whole idea about soulmates only being romantic. That's not true, okay? Soulmates can be friends, family, and romantic. It's not only just romantic. Before we incarnate into this life, we choose who we incarnate with. And the people we incarnate with, we've already had past lives with them. So it's our soul tribe. And you know when you meet your soul family, it's a different feeling. It's something I can't explain outside of you just know. You can engage with someone and talk to them for the very first time. And something feels very familiar about it. Something feels comfortable. You feel at peace. You feel at ease. You feel like you've known that person your whole life, even though you just met them for the very first time. And then y'all click. And you're kind of like, wait, we just met, but it seems like we've known each other forever. You have. That would be like your soul family. It hits your soul differently. You just naturally know. And that's what I feel like you need to look towards. Find them. And the friends you've already created. One or two of them might even be part of your soul tribe family. You just didn't never thought or considered it before. So, you leaving, Chief? All right, baby. Take care of yourself, Chief. Thank you for stopping by and seeing me, baby. I always love seeing you. I want an update about Miss Jennifer too, baby. Hi, Finn. How you doing, baby? So, beautiful. It's going to take time. It might be something that you may have to just accept. There's also that factor too, but again, I feel like Spirit wants you to lean on your friends right now, but get outside help to help with your mom and your sister. But first things first, I feel like you need to heal or try and figure out the relationship between you and your mom. Get that worked out first. Then you can look at maybe trying to reach and bring her into the fold. And hopefully she'll be receptive. But that's some other help there. Hey, Finn. No, I didn't, baby. I was on Facebook for like 5 minutes, baby. Not even 5 minutes. It was in between me looking. I was checking for something real quick. And then I got off. So, and that's when I just saw your one post about your friends losing their moms and stuff. So, but that's funny. You saw my bear out somewhere else, huh? So beautiful, Aussie girl. You know, I did pull these messages. Um, like Spirit wants you. Stop running or stop ruminating over what you did or didn't do. Let it go. So I feel like Spirit's trying to let you know, stop replaying. Stop replaying the, things you did or haven't done and be able to let them go, beautiful. It's done and over with. Try and find something new to focus on because Spirit is showing me, you know, you have this bright light, and it says it right here. You have such a bright light inside. Stop dimming it. And I feel like these worries and these fears, are dimming your light. You need to be this bright, beautiful light and allow others who want to be in your energy, want to be around you, in your presence. Allow them to feel your light. Allow them to be in your light, just as you would want to be in their light. And share, time with them. Give them time just as much as, they would give you time. Because, as we all know, life can be hard and life can be wonderful. Which will you focus on? And this is the other big message I feel like Spirit wants to bring home. Life can be hard, but life can be wonderful. Which one of these two will you focus on, put your time and energy into? It's going to be what you make it. It's going to be what you put most of your focus and your time into. And that's the message that Spirit's trying to get across. Because Spirit wants to remind you also What has your inner voice been asking of you? Listen and act. What's that inner voice telling you, Aussie girl? Is it telling you, to look to others for help, get professional help, lean on your friends now, be willing to bring your walls down with your friends, be vulnerable with them, allow them to be there more, let them know what's going on, and also figure out another way of how maybe they can help or give you some other ideas or possibilities of how you can work on this relationship with your mom and then hopefully help with your sister. But allow others to be part of your family too. Doesn't just have to be blood girlfriend. Yeah, I can feel it's been draining your energy, sweetheart. And that's not good, honey. It's not supposed to be that way. You need to be happy. You know, do you want your, loved ones, like your family, to be part of your happiness? Of course. But sometimes, for some of us, it's just not going to be. You know, I got family I love, like I mentioned my sister as one of them. But I got, a couple other people that I understand. I love them. I would do anything in the world for them. But I also understand I can't have them in my life all the time. Why? Because they bring chaos. They can be disruptive. There's drama. And it's not worth interfering with my peace, my serenity, my happiness, because they constantly have drama or their energy is always, being low and being sad, miserable, whatever. So I keep them at a distance and I love them at a distance. Does that mean I wish bad will for them? No. I send love and light their way and I want nothing but the best for them. But I also want nothing but the best for myself, my peace of mind. And sometimes that means can't have them a part of it. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's called boundaries. That's called, standing up for yourself, your self-worth, self-care, showing love to yourself, that you are worthy of having happiness and peace and serenity and be able to enjoy your life without feeling guilty for leaving others behind because they're not willing to step up and make themselves better, to want to be a positive influence in your life instead of being a drag or having negativity around them all the time. That's what you also got to look at. Beautiful. So, Aussie girl, you know, I know this ain't gonna be easy for you, and I get that. Let other card go. And I know there will be other things that will come that might will disrupt or interfere in it. And it might even get you down, beautiful. It might make you second guess your choices, second guess your decisions. But a spirit wants to remind you, don't doubt yourself. And listen to that words of wisdom, that inner voice that keeps talking to you. That's them. That's your spirit team, your spirit guides, your guardian angels, your past over loved ones who are trying to help you and direct you. And yeah, maybe sometimes the messages come through aren't the message you want to hear, but they are there trying to guide you and show you the way. So, um, I feel like there's more in your life, to be happy about than, unfortunately what's happening with your mom and your sister. So, and you know how I was talking about positive thinking? Here's one of my oracle cards I pulled for you. And this is called Treasure Island. And it says, the law of attraction, bringing dreams into fruition, the results of positive thinking, made manifest, abundance appearing as if it's from out of nowhere. And Spirit wants you to know you've worked hard and acted upon your unwavering belief in abundance. And suddenly, in the midst of it all, you hit the jackpot. You have uncovered the map to bury treasure and tap the unlimited potential within you. What you must hone now is your ability to recognize when X marks the spot. Because some of these golden opportunities may be obvious, but others may not be so readily apparent. Trust your intuition to light your way. Now, as you enter this phase of your life where all the long, hard work navigating your inner life is now paying off externally. In other aspects at this time, you have good fortune. Don't forget to enjoy it and share it with others. As treasure shared multiplies like magic, you know. And more of this message is positive, yeah. But I feel like this is Spirit trying to show you what you can have. You can have this treasure island full of abundance, but it all comes back to how you feel, your optimism, the way you think, your reaction, how you approach things, being proactive. What can you do on your end to move this along, to navigate this water where it's more calm, peaceful, and full of happiness and abundance? You can only do the best you can with what you got and with what you know, okay? And if you just don't know, beautiful, it's okay that you don't know. We all can't know everything. We all can't have the answers all the time. But that's why we also look elsewhere and outside and ask others for their help, especially those who, may have gone to college and gotten a degree to help us. They got the skills, they got the education behind them, and some experience, hopefully, with it to help you navigate. And I feel like that's what Spirit's saying. Your life can still be so abundant. It's a matter of your perception. It's a matter of how you make it, how you react, what you do. Things are going to come out of nowhere and surprise you in a good way, yes, other times maybe not. But that's just the circle of life. That's how things come, how things go. It's not going to always be pleasant. And Aussie girl, focus on that then. Focus on your artwork. Focus on painting. And I think you did, if my memory serves me correctly, I could have sworn I saw you put in the chat earlier, you also sell it. Invest in you. Focus on your happiness. Maybe they can't be part of your happiness right now. And that stings. And I know it does. But your friends can. Lean on your friends to help fill and be part of your happiness that maybe your mom and your sister can't be. There's your abundance, but make it what you want. You can't force other people's hands. You can't force others to want the same thing you want, because sometimes they don't want it, and there's nothing you can do. You could be the perfect person in the world, and you're sitting there looking at yourself like, I get you, Aussie girl, like you question your worth. And possibly that might be what your sister's doing too, questioning her own worth. Like, why? Why isn't mom being loving? Why isn't she being like all the other moms I know? It's not that there's anything wrong with you. Don't take it like something's wrong with you. Something's obviously going on with her that she's not willing to face. But you can't make her want to face it either. All you can do is try. It's like the whole saying, like you could lead a horse to water, but you can't make the horse drink it. This is true. You can't make them drink it. You can show them the way, but unless they're willing to partake in it, you may have to wash your hands of it. So wrap yourself in your art if that brings you happiness and fulfillment, and your friends. And again, allow your friends to be there for you. I understand you don't want to burden people, but Aussie girl, my mama got sick. She got diagnosed with severe emphysema when I was 14 years old. And back then, the doctors pretty much told us that my mama wouldn't live more than 2 years without a lung transplant, that she would die in 2 years. Imagine the shock and the pain, the fear, just everything that hit us. Like, what? I'm not going to have a mom in 2 years, is what you're telling me? And we all had to rally around each other, but most importantly, rally around my mama to keep her going, keep her strong, and take care of her and do what was necessary. And, you know, I had my friends from school. They knew my mama was sick. But like you, I didn't feel like it was their problem. I didn't want to burden them with all the details, with the weight of the world of what I was having to handle and carry, along with my daddy and my younger brother. So I wouldn't allow them to know every single thing that was going on. Like, I didn't tell them that there were so many times we were close to being evicted, being out on the streets. They didn't know. I never told them that there were some Christmases and Thanksgivings that we didn't have a Thanksgiving meal because we didn't have the money to afford to buy the food just for Thanksgiving or for Christmas or even for Christmas gifts. Never told them. Why? Because I felt like you. I didn't want to burden them. And I know now that I'm older, looking back on it, and some of them told me they wish I had told them. They wish I had allowed them to be there for me more. That there would have been something they could have helped, like them and their parents. They would have thought of something, you know. And I appreciate that. But that's, you know, back then. It's too late, it's done with. So, just from someone else, I felt the same way as you, girlfriend. And so, hearing about it later, they wish I would have talked to them and opened up to them. But I didn't want to burden them. So, you can't expect people to be there for you until you allow them in. You allow them, and by allowing, be vulnerable, be open to them, fill them in. Otherwise, it's not going to change anything. And then you're going to keep, you know, beating the same dead horse over and over again, expecting a different result, but it's not going to change because you're not doing anything differently. So you got to change your way of thinking and try something different, because the way you've been going about this, it's not working for you, beautiful. And that's what Spirit's trying to make clear to you now. What you've been doing all this time isn't working. It's time to try something new. Try to do something different and see what will happen next time around. You know, let me pull. I pulled this angel card for you too, Aussie girl. And this is the Cherub. And it says, create your own story. It says, nothing is set in stone. You are the co-creator of your life. The circumstances you have experienced up to this point have been linked to the choices you've made and the karma of your ancestors. Now is a pivotal time for you to begin moving into a space where you can create a story that's more aligned to your needs and ultimately the calling of your soul. And the positive affirmation here is, I recognize my ability to direct the experiences of my life. I recognize my ability to direct the experiences of my life. So rewrite the story, beautiful. But it sounds like to me, not only you rewrite it, but you add new characters into your story that you have left on the sidelines before. That's what it needs. It will get better, Aussie girl. It may not happen overnight. You know, there's also that saying that Rome wasn't built overnight, and that's also true. But you gotta have some patience, but you also gotta believe in yourself too. Believe in your abilities. Believe in who you are. And beautiful, let me tell you something else. Don't allow the lack of love that your mother has shown you and your sister to define you or to show you your worth, that you're not lovable or that you're not worthy of that kind of love, because that's not true. So don't take the way they treat you as, again, something's wrong with you. It's not you, it's them. You know, you got others, you got friends who love you, care about you. So know that. And let me see, honey. I want to pull from this other deck if I could find it. Which one is it, Spirit? Spirit, can I get a couple more messages for Aussie Girl, please? Thank you. Spirit. Wow. Right there. Alright, Aussie Girl. Last few messages for you, sweetheart. That I feel like your angels, your spirit guides, and the divine want you to focus on, sweetheart. Virtual life, you telling me, baby? I sleep during the day, honey. I'm up all night, usually. Alright, Aussie Girl. Here's the first message. Breathe. And it says, deep breathing calls us back to the moment. It slows us down, taps us into our senses, and reorients our minds. The angels ask you, if you find yourself stressed, filled with racing thoughts, or unable to focus, please remember to breathe. So they want you to breathe. Focus on breathing. You know, when your thoughts want to run away with you and you want to think the worst, remember to stop and breathe. Just focus on breathing in and out. It'll help calm you. You know, there's even an exercise I can give you that can help with that. To help you kind of focus, which the next one is focus. And it says, as you work on your goals, reorganize or recognize you need to take a step back and really focus on what you are trying to accomplish. Whether you are starting a new goal or already in the midst of it, the angels are urging you to have good organization and lots of preparation in place. So focus, Aussie girl. Focus on you. Focus on your goals. Focus on painting. Allow that to be what drives you now. You know, put your, mom and sister aside. This needs to be about you. Because again, like Spirit keeps saying, stop trying to dim your own light. You know, like this card here. Stop dimming your own light. And by allowing all these, other things that are going on, draining your energy, it's also dimming your light. People need more of your light, beautiful. They need more of your art, your creativity. That's what needs to take focus. And what the last one is self-belief. And it says, the angels ask you to claim your power. This will lead you to fulfill your dreams and create the life, relationships, and abundance that you deserve and long for. When your self-belief is strong and your faith in your abilities is high, you easily hear and follow your intuition. Believe in yourself. That's the most important thing. And it shouldn't matter whether others believe in you. What matters most is you believe in yourself. And what I can tell you, Aussie girl, is in life, not everybody's meant to stay in your life. Some people are only meant to be there for a season, for a moment, to teach you a lesson. And then y'all go separate ways. Not that anything happened or anything went wrong between y'all. It's just life takes y'all in different directions. And that's okay. But sometimes you have others who come in. They're meant to be with you for the rest of your life. By your side, as a friend, maybe someone you work with, or like a significant other, a romantic partner. And they're there to help you, guide you, and love you. But it's you that has to love you, okay? Because when you love you, that energy radiates outward. And that's when you attract the right people to you. And what I can tell you is that the people who are meant to be in your life will be there. No matter what, they're going to be there. Not just because you want them there, but because they want to be there. Just as much as you want to be in their life, they're going to want to be in your life too. That would be more of like your soul tribe family. The ones you incarnate into this life with, that you're meant to come together at some point during your life. And that you're meant to find each other again. Because, I'll give you another example of that Aussie girl. After I had to sell my old house and I bought this house, I had no intentions on starting a YouTube channel. I had no intentions on trying to come back and pick up my tarot decks again and read regularly. That wasn't what I had planned on doing. But Spirit kept calling me back to it. And my channel is less than a year old. It'll be a year old next month. And since I created this channel, I've met a few people who are my soul tribe family. And I know that. I knew that from the moment I first engaged with them, talking to them. There was something that drew me to them. That they were more than just someone that I was just going to talk to once. I knew there was something else there. And I couldn't put my finger on it. But I was drawn to them, and they were also drawn to me, too. So it went both ways. Come find out, yeah, they are my soul tribe family. We have shared many past lives together. So, Spirit called me to come and start this YouTube channel to help people like you, yes. To answer my calling of doing this, yes. But it was also for me to find the people I was meant to find through YouTube that I may not have found else otherwise. And that's made a difference in my life too. So know that too, beautiful. Just trust in the process. Trust in yourself. Believe in yourself. You don't need others to believe in you. It comes down to you believing in you. Yeah, beautiful. Do yoga. And if you do yoga, I'll give you an exercise, okay? It's just a breathing technique, okay? Think of yourself, okay? sitting down, like when you're doing a yoga pose, just sitting Indian style. Just think of yourself like every single time you take a breath in, think of gold light filling up your body, from head to toe. And then every single time you exhale, think of nothing but black smoke coming out. And that's the black smoke that's leaving your body. That's all the toxicity. Whether it's the mental, the emotional, the spiritual. You can apply it to the physical as being like maybe, something bad in your diet. It's leaving your body. You're only allowing, good things to enter your body and getting rid of the toxicity that doesn't need to be there anymore. It will help calm you. It will help clear your mind. Even try, partaking in like, I have a singing bowl, and that can help calm you too. And that will change the energy that surrounds you too, to put you more in a positive mindset. Um, People invest in crystals, which I have plenty of crystals. Um, some crystals have different purposes depending on who you ask. Everybody's going to have their own description of what that crystal does. All I can tell you, beautiful, is, when you practice yoga, when you meditate, talk to your spirit guides and trust in them. But say, listen, I'm thinking of buying some crystals to help bring in more positive light into my life, into my environment, more love and light that will attract love into my environment, into my life. And the one crystal I can tell you that people always turn to for love is a rose quartz, which is right here. Okay, this one's like pale pink and almost looks white. Some could be a little bit darker, but this is supposed to help attract love. Get you a piece of rose quartz, you know. But ask your spirit guides. Just tell them what your intention is, what you're wanting, why you're wanting to buy some crystals if that's the route you go. Then go into a store that sells those crystals and don't ask anybody what those crystals do spiritually. Trust yourself. What crystals are calling to you? That's what you need to trust. Yes, beautiful. Get yourself some crystals. Like I have this, there's this angel aura quartz. And this is so pretty. And this has nothing but positive energy with it. Or like this necklace I'm wearing. This is a crystal grid necklace that was specifically made just for me. That my friend who made it for me connected to my spirit guides to ask them what crystals I needed to have to help me do this job and also be protected but stay connected to them too. So this is what they came up with. So look at crystals. A singing bowl. It may not make the sound because let me see if it'll make a sound. This can help, and this can help, change the energy around you. And they even have singing bowl classes that will teach you how to make all the different sounds that you can even look at too. Look at investing in something like that. If you wanted to do what many of us use in my practice of, in the spirit community, we also do a smoke smudge. So you take like either like white sage, palo santo. There's one out there that's called frankincense. There's some others. You can even get lavender, but think of your home, your sacred space. Think of, burning this to kind of clear out the energy, that is caked up in your environment. All that negative energy, like from your mom, or maybe when your sister's been there, just make sure you open up the windows, okay? And when you light this, whatever herb you choose to use, if you choose to go down that route, have an intention. Tell your spirit guides what this intention is. You're burning it to remove all of the, negative, possible even evil energy that could be lingering in your environment. And you're asking them, you're using this, smoke as you're told to remove it. And so trust that it go out the window. And ask your archangels come in and bring in love and light and fill up the environment around you. That will help uplift your spirits too and put you in a more positive mindset. There's so many ways of how you can approach this beautiful. That will help you. So you don't feel like you're so stuck or like you're so alone. Because that's what I get from you too. You really feel alone. But you got to know you're not alone. You're never alone, Aussie girl. Even if you're physically alone, you're still not alone. You still have guardian angels watching over you. You still have your spirit guides walking beside you. Even your passed over loved ones on the other side who are still walking with you and trying to help guide you. You're never alone. Don't think or feel like you are, because you're not. That's what I have for you, Aussie girl. I hope this has helped, honey. I hope this has helped resonate. Kind of help you look at things from a different perspective. I hope it's kind of help calm your mind a little bit, put away your fears and your doubts, but also uplift you some, to smile again, to be optimistic again, and to trust and love yourself. I hope it's helped to, chart out a path, a way of going forward, and what you can do on your end to make things, happy for you. The focus needs to be on you right now, I feel, too, because I feel like you need to give some of that love and care to yourself first. Because you can't expect others to treat you or love you or know how to until you start showing them how to love you. And how you do that is by the way you treat and love yourself first. So thank you so much for trusting me to read for you, sweetheart. You're welcome, honey. Anytime. It's always so funny. You perverts just think you can come here and mess with the energy around. Yeah, it don't work around here. So. Okay, what's going on with y'all? Gina, what's going on, sweetheart? Bob, what did I miss while I was doing that intense extended reading? You are so welcome, beautiful. Wrong stream. Okay. Well, Vinny, you know, I'm sorry about your circumstance, but honey, let me tell you something. This is my business. If you want any advice, if you want a reading from me, it's $30 US, honey. I got bills to pay like everyone else here, you know. I try and help as many people as I can, but understand me, my energy gets drained quickly by trying to help others. So, I'm sorry to hear that, Empress. I'm sorry you feel like, you know, they're being mean. I know that my mod, Bob, has a different sense of humor, but he's only standing up for me too, and standing up for others who are here, who are regulars, such as Miss Gina. And Gina's a regular subscriber here too. And she gets paid readings from me. So I know them both pretty well. I know they will not be mean to anyone without there being a cause, a reason. Now, could there have been a misunderstanding? Sure, that happens. But, you know, that's life. So, baby, I don't know what happened. Yeah, I definitely don't want fighting in here. I don't like it when it brings the stream down and lowers the energy. Okay, Gina, well, I appreciate you, honey. Thank you. And thank you for all the heart emojis. Beautiful people. Oh, okay, I need to stand up for a minute. Give my back a break. Okay, beautiful people. Oops. Okay. All right. Let me get up. Give my back a break for a minute, yo. You're eating, Bob? What are you eating, baby? Yeah, the planets are shifting again. And Bob, you do such a great job for me. And I appreciate you, baby. And all the other mods. Very much. I appreciate everybody, though. Has it all died down now? Has everybody calmed down? Have you found some peace? Hello, Fordham. Oh, well, thank you. My birthday was a few months ago, baby. You must be talking about my Mother's Day balloon. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, I am first. I appreciate you, baby. That's why I just handle the, I report all the perverts. I don't allow them to get away with the nonsense. They may be able to get away with it with other people, but they won't get away with it with me. So I just started reporting them. So YouTube will shut their account down. They won't like it. Well, I'm glad you appreciate my lessons in first. Well, I appreciate that, Fordham. Yeah, it's Mother's Day. I got a stepdaughter, so I must have done something right. Because she acknowledges me on Mother's Day. And I get a text message or a call from her. So, and a card every year, which is nice. Well, I appreciate you saying that in first. It will still be there next year. What, my balloon? Is that what you're talking about, Bob? You know, my birthday balloons, I just turn around and notice they fail now. I think they're losing. So. So they finally, lost that last life they had. So that was what, March? Yeah, April. So about 2.5 months they lasted. I had one balloon many years ago. I think I got it. It was my 21st. I think it was. Might have been 25th. It was something like that. Pump it up again. And that balloon lasted several months. But that balloon was huge. It amazed me it lasted that long. So I just let it hang around in the bedroom until it finally, lost its, leg. So pump it up again. I don't have any, what is it that they use to put in the balloons, the Mylar balloons? And actually, you can buy the tank for it at the party store here, but even the box says from the party store, like, it only lasts maybe 8 hours, so it doesn't even last like these balloons do. Getting it from a store that sells them. Now that's funny, Bob. But that's a cool idea. Just to make it lighter. Well, did it work? Did it make his pack lighter? If it works, hey, that helps. It must not have been that heavy then, unless he had a whole bunch of balloons. Thomas Bailey, I do recall you from the other night making some inappropriate comments to me. Please don't. Okay? Don't sexualize me that way. Don't disrespect me that way. Learn how to be a gentleman and not a pervert. See, I'm not one of these other women out here who would allow you to get away with that. And I don't find it flattering at all. It's actually disgusting. So, you either readjust your attitude or you can get out. So, you know, if you're only here to, you know, sexualize me, you can go. I don't want you here. Because even some of my mods, more than Bob, would come after you in a different way that you don't want to find out. So, you might be able to flatter other women that way. But like I said, I'm not one of them. You know, I have high standards. And no, nobody talks to me like that or sexualizes me like that. Okay? The only person who has that right is the person I'm in a relationship with. And that person can talk to me if they want to talk to me that way. You know, that's my business. So I'm not your woman. You don't know me. You don't get to have your way with me that way. And it's pretty disgusting. It grosses me out. In fact, you just made me feel like I've been groped, and not in a good way. So I suggest you remember your manners and learn how to talk to women with respect. Because all women deserve respect. They don't deserve to be objectified or sexualized in that way. Get over myself, you can get the hell out, Thomas. Because understand me, you're just mad because I just rejected you. And I just told you like it is. And I made you look like a fool. And you don't like that. I know you're not used to a strong woman like me who stands up for herself and for other women for that matter. Because I wouldn't allow you to come in here and sexualize anyone for that matter. I know you wish you could have your way with me, but you see, you would never be that lucky. Oh, and I'm not that desperate. And understand me, I would never give you the time of day, let alone time of night for that matter. Because you don't have the standards that I look for in a man who would have and be able to have something like that with me. Hi, Hannah. How you doing, honey? I know. You men don't like being put in your place, you perverts. Disgusting perverts at that. Get over myself. No, you wish you can get over on me. Big difference. John McCauley, what are you curious about? You're blessed, Hannah. Well, I'm happy to hear that, beautiful. I'm gravy, honey. You know me. If I'm here, I'm gravy. I'm so gravy, I got biscuits and sausage. Go in my gravy. And I'm happy to hear you are too, sweetheart. Nice, Bob. I'm sure he'll probably go and report it or delete it, but you know. 6 o'clock. I just saw a purple spirit orb. Oh, John, I got several different cards. I mean, this is a psychic tarot channel. So, I got tarot cards and I got oracle cards. So, just depends. Well, I'm happy you feel that way, Hannah. Because I appreciate y'all too. I can't believe it's 6 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't feel like it. You were watching me earlier? Okay. So you have a base understanding of what I do. So yeah, I read for people who pay me to do a personal reading for them. Hannah, do you do art, honey? Are you one of the ones that told me you do art? You draw or paint? Or am I confusing you with someone else? I know I got a few different subscribers. Hey, Bob. I understand, baby. You deserve a break too, baby. You can just lurk in the background. And I do like the new designs you sent me, baby. I just reacted to them. I was going to come back in later and send you a response. I just didn't have the time to get to it like I had hoped. Wolfie trying to get in here. Until at least 12 your time when they might need to go to bed. Yeah, well, I mean, now that's, you know, we're going into Friday now. People will be out late. And it's a holiday weekend here. Why were you trying to make a 5 of Swords? Why 5 of Swords, baby? You know, 6 of Swords is a good one, baby. Because 6 of Swords means calmness. It means coming out of choppy like a hard situation and things getting better. Well, Six of Swords is a good one. Seven of Swords, no. Five of Swords is all about being competitive. It can also mean, you know, if you go by the guidebook, it can also mean being at odds with someone, like having disagreements, conflict, tension. Well, that's cool, baby. I actually like the Six of Swords because I'll show you Six of Swords. Find it. Six of Swords right here. You see, like, she's in calm water. It means like she's moving away. She's moving out of, you know, the things that, you know, were bringing her, you know, pain, heartache, tension, stress, chaos. And like now that's kind of like ending, and she's moving away from it, going into things becoming more peaceful, more serene. Five of Swords is competitiveness. Let's see. And I identify with the Six of Swords a lot. But, here. Like, here's a Five of Swords. It's competitiveness, though. It means even, like, going to battle with someone. And sure, you can win, but, you know, it's like one of those people who could be arrogant, too, at times. Feel like, you know, they're going to win at all odds. It's going to be like a forceful win. I mean, depends on your perspective. It could be maybe good for some, but it normally doesn't. It's not normally a good thing. It just depends on how you read it. And then okay, I'll look at it. The rooster's crowing over there, Skeletor. Well, I'm sure they've been crowing over here because the sun's coming up. Let's see. It probably would be at the bottom, wouldn't it? Oh, I should have just looked at the top. See, this is the Seven of Swords. This is normally a card of someone being sneaky, someone trying to get away with someone or with something, like someone trying to take something from you that doesn't belong to them. You know, think of like a thief. That's what like the Seven of Swords by the guidebook means. Let's see. Mm. Well, that's weird. I mean, that's a cool picture. There's more than 6 swords there, baby. 1, 2. Well, I don't even see the sword that's at the end, unless it broke off. But there should be a second. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I count 11 swords. There's actually 12, because I see one in the background too. Or at least that's what it looks like. I'll say there's 11 there. But yeah. You know, that might be a good 10 of swords. Just because 10 of swords, even though it could mean betrayal, just going through it, being betrayed by someone, it also means something had to come to an end and something new starting. Let's see. Because here's a typical 10 of swords, if I could find it. Oh, I just had it in my hand too. Because like the 10 of swords, the typical image of it is like a guy laying on the ground with swords coming out of his back. But you know what would look good? That could even be a good 9 of wands. Think, instead of swords, think of wands. Because that's the one that's still fighting. Even though they might have just been through a bloodbath. And they might be injured, hurt in some way. They're still not giving up the fight. So that would even be a good representation of that. So here's the 10 of swords. So you see like all them swords are like trying to come into his back. But the typical classic image, the swords are actually sticking in his back. And it shows blood on his back too. So, but I could see that one being a good 9 of wands. That'd be a good 9 of wands because that, like I said, that's strength. That's showing that you're strong. It's showing that you're not giving up. No matter how, you know, injured you are, how hard the battle's been. You're not giving up. You just may have to reassess or readjust your stance on your position. So, but that's cool. I like that picture, baby. Really, Spirit. Cool beans. You can't joke with a kleptomaniac. They take things literally. Who are you talking about, Skeletor? Talking about me? Yeah, that's a pretty Five of Swords. But it would actually be a prettier Four of Swords. Four of Swords would be more like taking a break, relaxation like. So, let me see. You don't want it to be Three of Swords, because Three of Swords means heartbreak and pain. But the Four of Swords, you would see someone laying down, like they're taking a break, taking a time out. Rest, relaxation. Here. Here's the Four of Swords. And just the background just gives me like that peace, serene, relaxation type. Hello, Elicity. Oh, thank you, honey. That's very sweet of you to say. Thank you. You know, now this has me thinking. It's interesting. Yeah, baby. Or you can ask me. I'll let you know. I might even be able to send you a file. Don't hold me to it, but I might be able to. I'll have to look it up. See if I have the, one of the, guidebooks on file to where you can have it saved. Yeah. But I like that. I will, baby. In fact, let me see. Before I forget, Bob. I got a munch. Wait, how do I pull this up? Let's see. I was gonna say I have to find her. Alright. Alright, Bob, I sent it to you, baby. You're welcome, baby. And for him, if he was being weird, thank you for reporting him, because that's what I do, baby. I don't let them come on here and act a fool with me or anyone else. So, yep, it's 6:30. And look, the sun's coming up, and I'm not burning yet. I reckon, I guess it's last call. Beautiful people. If you want a paid personal reading from me, speak up now or forever hold your peace. And you're going to have to wait till I come back tonight. So, because I do need some sleep at some point too. Ouch. Even my back's trying to scream at me more. You know, I was hoping to be able to head to the bowling alley Monday, but I don't know. Just don't go out in it. Oh, I won't, baby. You know me, I'll be going to sleep here in a few minutes. I just need to get my Cash App account started first. I meant to do that last night before I went to bed, and I just didn't. Do I have a lumbar cushion? I mean, I don't have much of a cushion. It's hard. That's all I can tell you. It's not comfortable. You're talking about a lumbar cushion. I don't have one. I have one of those like body pillows, but it's not the same thing. That body pillow's huge. In fact, I think it's still locked up in the box. I hadn't even opened it yet. You know, I've never thought about doing that, Bob. That's a good suggestion. I'll have to look at doing that. Because, yeah, it is my lumbar that always gets the best of me. I can't believe Eternal hasn't popped back up in here yet. He must still be sleeping. Because this is normally the time he'll wake back up, he says. Yes, baby, I did. Thank goodness. Every bit helps. I'm hoping the weekend will be better. See how tonight goes and tomorrow. And depending, I guess, on how late I'm on tonight, maybe I could try and swing and get on earlier in the day tomorrow, as in Saturday. But we'll wait and see. But if I do that, I probably won't come back and stream Sunday then, because I'll be too tapped out by then. But we'll wait and see what the future holds. Don't hold me to it, but I'm thinking about it. Right. And I'm sure there will be, Bob. It's just some, there's so many different, people out there. And there's some that I know who can't be up late at night with me. And I understand that if they gotta work, they got responsibilities. But I try and come on during the day, earlier, as often as I can when I get around to it. But if I were to come on early Saturday afternoon, then I would probably just continuously stream through Saturday night into early Sunday morning, and then I would take Sunday off instead. So that's probably what I'll do, though. That's what I try to do before when I've been able to be on, Otherwise, like that one time I did that 19, 20-hour live stream, yeah, I could have gone longer, but I would have been pushing it. But I don't think I streamed later that night. I don't believe I did. I had intention on coming back, but I didn't. So we'll see. We'll see how the future, what holds the future, what's in the future. So, well, beautiful people, I've been on here with y'all for 8.5 hours. So, because I started this stream at 10 p.m. last night, and it's 6:30 in the morning my time now. This is true, Bob. And I think that probably gets me more than anything. It's how many of them have this expectation that I'm supposed to deliver my energy over for free all the time. To where even my spirit guides won't allow me to do that. They'll shut me down because they know I'm draining my energy. And they can't keep doing it. When people take advantage, or take advantage but take it for granted, and I just saw a bright spirit orb, they will shut me down. There was one night, in fact, they told me they wouldn't do it because it's abuse of me and my connection. So there had to be an exchange of energy. Like the exchange of energy I provide, well, the exchange of energy is, monetary on y'all's end for my energy to get the messages from divine, from spirit guides, whatever word you want to use. So we'll see, though. But I think for the first few months when I was doing it for free nonstop is where they said no. Not anymore, because I was getting taken advantage of too much. Well, Kurt Sawwell, if you're wanting to manifest power, you know, talk to your spirit guides. Maybe they'll guide you and help you. So, but yeah, I know what you mean, Bob. They don't understand this is my job. This is how I pay my bills. You know, costs money to have my light on, costs money to stream, and then my time. And then for all the cards I use, it's like, how do they think I get all these tarot decks and this oracle decks? It's not donated to me. It's not being sponsored to me. It's coming out of my own pocket. But people don't stop and think of those things. So, what do you do, honey? We need a troll so you can unwind on him. Click my fingers and they appear. I'm sure they would. Good morning, William. It's actually going to be good night for me here in a minute, baby. Wiggle my nose. Well, maybe we've already worn out all the trolls. Maybe they feel like they've worn out their welcome. I don't know. Oh, speaking of the devil. What, did you hear me call your name, Eternal? Yes, I'm good, William. Thank you for asking. I'm gravy. I hope you are too. I see that. We were just talking about you, Eternal. I actually brought you up. I said normally he says he's up around this time. I wonder if he's going to pop back in here. And here you are. And you must have heard your name called. Yep. Yeah, I only speak English. I'm happy to hear that, William. Hey, at least it's Friday, right? For those who work Monday through Friday. Not for me. It's only Wednesday for me now. Whoa. I know I could probably stay on for longer, Bob, but you know, one of these nights I'll cut the stream early in the middle and then come back on later in the morning and see if I can catch some people then. And I'm happy to hear you're doing well, William. Well, my beautiful people, I'm going to call it a night. Because like I said, I've been here for 8.5 hours. And this girl needs her beauty sleep. So, in case y'all don't know, I stream 5 nights a week. And I start streaming at 10 p.m. Eastern. And I go into the next morning. And it varies how late I stream. Sometimes I'll stream until the late mid-morning. Sometimes I may only be on for a few hours, but it varies. So if you want to keep up with me or want to come back and see me again to watch my stream, get a reading from me, a paid reading, I'll be back on 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. So I'm going to wish y'all a wonderful, beautiful day, wherever y'all are at in the world. I hope it's wonderful, and hope to see y'all again tonight. Good night, y'all.